All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening, good evening. Been a minute, but we're back. We're going to be doing some vibe coding, vibe reversing, maybe even some vibe hacking. Um, I was really hoping they was going to give us a month. There was rumors that they was going, Anthropic was going to give us a month free, um, because of that day of the outage. Uh, Anthropic was pretty much down for the entire day, for most of the day. And again, that depends on where you were. Uh, let's do this. Let's go. In a momento. Damn, I'm rusty. I'm struggling. Uh, let me do. Well, damn. Can how you get the damn? Okay, there it is. Entire screen here. Okay, still can't do that. Okay, that is a okay because I'm not sharing an audio. Browser can't. Oh, god damn it. Try capturing a different screen if this continues. Oh. I need to. Yeah, we got to find out how to get around this because this is like a new thing. Not really a new thing. Browser can't access. Okay. All right. Let's do troubleshooting with this first. This is so annoying. Of course, I may have to start from. I may have to start from Firefox. I may. Uh, I wonder if I can do that without breaking the stream. Um, Let me try this. Bear with me, people. I apologize. This is not my fault. This is a Chrome thing. Was blocking my screen sharing. Okay. StreamYard. I forgot about this stupid blockage. Hmm. Edu. Of course, it's making me re-verify. Why are you like this, Google? Okay. We have to go over to Firefox. I don't know. There's some dumb setting. I don't think I have to reshift. I don't have to end the stream, I don't think. Check, check, check. All right. Bear with me while I just do this real quick. I don't want to do that. Let me close. Please? I see my audio levels going up and there's no feedback, so that's good. Check, check, check. So I see my audio levels going, and it's there, but no avatar, of course. Let's try it this way. It's just not gonna let us do it. All right, one more way, and then we got to keep moving. Not really about the avatar, anyways. One more thing. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. Please. Wow. Okay. That won't work, but that's okay. Um, we will keep it moving. All right. So we're gonna share screen here. Yes. Mute website notifications. Screen one. Yes. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. I don't know why. I do know why. It's a Google thing. I got to figure out what the hell is going on with that, but whatever. Okay. So we're doing some Claude code reversing, some hacking, some programming. A little bit of everything today. But I can never just get these right. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can we do this? So I see like the little nothing. What's the word? There it is. Okay, so you can only do it from there. That's odd. Okay. All right. So project number one. We are hacking our um Marvel vs. Capcom 2 game using Claude Code, and we can move this since it's not important. Um, we're hacking that. We have here's what we have. We have the character sprites. We have the background textures. We have the sound. Um, and right now we're working on like the AI, like modifying the AI to make it super aggressive. We haven't really gotten much headroom with that, or headway with that, because we still trying to figure out where that is exactly. Second project is we're making a notebook LM skill and also a YouTube skill that retrieves information from videos that we can then the agent can then funnel into other skills. Um, this is going to be kind of like our documentation part of the harness. So, for instance, and again, skills are just encapsulated uh, uh, encapsulated skills or encapsulated knowledge of work, if that makes any sense. Yeah, skills are just encapsulated skills. No. Uh, okay, so skills are just kind of like markup files that has elaborate prompts, right? And these prompts do things, right? They kick off tasks. They may start scripts or applications or servers or MCP servers or APIs or whatever. So basically, you can you can mimic or clone or replicate uh, a body of knowledge or a body of work inside of a folder within Markdown files. Keep things very simple. Um, right now, right here, we're working on our notebook LM skill again. And we're using the. We can move you back over here. We're using Notebook LM Pi. So it kind of what I know it uses Playwright. I haven't really dug into the code. It uses Playwright for automation, and I'm guessing that it uses kind of like an hidden API to interact with Notebook LM since Notebook LM or Google doesn't give a public API to interact with NotebookLM. Okay, so we're going to start with our Dreamcast project, and then we're going to go over to NotebookLM. Okay, so the not really Dreamcast project, but that's where I started. So the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 project is a video game. And again, we're trying to make the AI super aggressive or aggro aggressive. And to do that, we have to kind of figure out where it is that the AI logic resides in the game. Um, I spent a couple of hours on it a few days ago, right after we figured solved the sprite problem. Let me go there. Okay, so what is it? References here. So to go back to the sprite problem, so these are sprites from the Mugen game engine, and Mugen is just a 2D fighting game engine. If you want to, or what we wanted to do was kind of like, okay, well, yes, our goal is to extract sprites, but not for the purposes of reusing them in another game engine. We wanted to extract them from the game just so we know how to do it. And so especially for like other games, because we know Capcom likes to reuse assets. All right, so this is from a sprite from someone else extracted, maybe from an emulator or whatever, right? So the goal isn't the sprites per se, it's really how do we extract sprites and textures to where we want to replace them or to edit them, replace characters, replace backgrounds, so on and so forth. We know how to get them from the game. And again, these are from someone else. It's not from the game themselves. And after about 20 hours or so, uh, Cloud Code, after a lot of exploration and research, we finally figured it out. The reason why it was so tough because sprites are scrambled, and they had to be scrambled because again, the Naomi game engine is only 16 megabytes of RAM, and so capturing an entire sprite sheet like we're used to seeing, like where one animation is done in one sprite sheet, or even all animations are done in one sprite sheet. That takes up megabytes of memory, and we can't do that. So you had to split up the sprite in very small pieces, and they're composed in real time or during runtime. Now where did I put this? Was it here and then here? And I think here. I've got to organize this stuff better. And no, this is not it. But yeah, just to give you an idea of how they're stored originally, kind of. They're not exactly like this. This is after Claude. This is after about 10 hours of uh, trying to reverse engineer the sprite encoding and decoding algorithms. You still have this, but this is how kind of how they're stored the sprite sheet natively in the game. They're actually worse than this, but this is kind of like I don't know, a third of the way, sort of after cracking the algorithm. And again, it's not really an encryption; it's just how people stored sprites back then. And again, Naomi and Dreamcast architectures are pretty much identical. Not exactly one to one, but yeah, Dreamcast is what is a system that's derived off of the Naomi game architecture, which is why their games are pretty much arcade perfect or are arcade perfect. Um, this is what I get for being away. Yeah. And again, this isn't done, but again, this is making more progress. This is before the flipping and um more compositing. I forgot where I put them. I got to clean this up because these files are all over the place. But these are all, you see all these Python files? These are all the files and a lot more that Cloud Code makes to encrypt and I keep saying encrypt and decrypt. It's not accurate. It's more like encode and decode. Um, to create the programs to fix the sprite. So, and I had it create a sprite viewer and C and C++ using a GUI. I just didn't want to use Python all the time. And so we go, this is reuse sprite sheets or sprites. So we just flip through here. Oh, this is all the way at the end. There we go. And this took a while to figure out. So now the next mission is how do we modify those are all hit sparks, right? From like the fireball and stuff like that. So when there's a hit or when there's a hyper combo, have like what these effects called hit sparks. Right. So that's the finished product. Took a while to get there, but we got there. We got the animations. So that part is figured out. So now the next objective is, well, matter of fact, we got to clean up these files. But while I'm just flipping through the sprites here, um, the next objective is, all right, let's attack the AI block. We have to modify. We want to make the AI as aggressive as possible. Not impossible to beat, but whatever is right under that. Right, even if it's level 1 or level 8, we want to make it extremely difficult for a user to beat the AI. Couple of ideas. Unique mods is that you can use assist 1 and 2 at the same time, which is not something that is enabled in the game by default. Let's see, that's his fireball hit, so on and so forth, blah blah blah. And that is the remaining of the sprites, and we have all the characters here. Same thing with Ken, fire-based character, so on and so forth. I didn't think Claude Code could do this. And this is after about I want to again about 20 hours going through the Flycast source code, going through the Naomi architecture documents, going through the Dreamcast decompiled code, all of that stuff. Okay. So, based on memory, here's where things stand in last session, which was on the first 3 days ago. Um, I think I got what did I got? 30. I got 32 percent usage I have to use today, which we'll get because it's going to burn through tokens like crazy trying to figure this out. Um, so we don't know where it stands. We don't know where the AI logic is, right? One of the things that we tried before is trying to do breakpoints on the CPU blocking. And if we can find out where the CPU blocks, then we can find out the code that triggers the blocks and find out what code that causes the AI to block. And then you're kind of like there when it comes to manipulating the AI from there. So let's brainstorm how we could tackle this problem. We haven't really gotten anywhere so far, but an idea that I have is that we can use Cheat Engine, and we do have a skill for Cheat Engine. Cheat Engine um, to test when AI is blocking or not, and check memory for changing values. Um, what do you think? I do think we're just gonna go with that. We do again. Cheat Engine is kind of like another program that kind of like makes cheats for your games. There's many MCP servers for that. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and get that started. And so now we have Claude Code creating cheats for us, so we don't have to do like the scanning and stuff manually. So we'll put that here, and we'll see what Claude Code says. Arguably better than what we've been doing. Problem with our current approach, we've been working top down, patching all the AI decision outworks. I mean, we could kind of like brute forcing it, which is where we're at. If you hammer at it long enough, you will eventually find it because source code, dissembled code, decompiled code is not infinite. There's only so much of it, and if you go through it and if you know what you're looking at, you will eventually find it. Not very efficient, but you'll get there. Um, Clearing guard beds, but we never actually confirm those beds. Works bottom up, find the actual runtime state that represents. Yep. And then trace. Yep, yep, yep. Find the blocking variable. First of all, we have to find out if we are indeed, if we have the MCP server even running, which I doubt. We have Binary Ninja, we have x64, and we have Burp. We do not have Cheat Engine yet, but that's okay. We'll just have to restart our Cloud Call session. Let me see. Where did I put it? Mm, Cloud Code, Gaming, Geometry Survivor. And the reason why I have my MCPs project first instead of global is I don't want to have, hacking and reverse engineering MCP servers when I'm doing like programming. It just unnecessarily clog up context. Okay. Um MCP server. So if we do this, we should just be able to do that, right? Put that here and then do this and then do that and then Control S. All right. So we can close this out. We haven't really done anything so far. So we'll do Control C, and then we'll bring that back. We just have to restart the session. So what damn. So Cloud Code can bring up the MCP servers. All right, so we do /MCP, and then really, we're in the right. Hold on. Oh, this is probably the no, that's the right one. That is the right one. It may be malformed. I don't see how this is because it's not picking up any of these, which means it's malformed. Okay. All right. So let's fix that. All right. So check my mcp.json file to ensure well formed. I don't know, probably the wrong way of saying it, but y'all get what I'm trying to say. Or correctness or whatever. I did something wrong with it because it's not picking up any of my MCP servers. It may be an extra character. It looks right, but whatever. What did I do? Oh, I forgot the comma. Of course. Yep, 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 yep. Okay. And I do want to reload and then Control S to save. And so now I have to restart the session again. And I'm not going to clear out this because this is still somewhat important. All right, let's go again. All right, so now /MCP, and now there's all of our MCP servers right there. Binary Ninja's running. We'll see. Maybe we will be using this, maybe we won't. Um, I don't know why I have burp. That's fine. Burp shouldn't be in there because we're not doing any sort of man in the middle attacks. Cheat engine is connected. X64 for dynamic analysis. We will be using that. Okay, so cheat engine is running. Let's go ahead and start our game. Go to references. Here, here, references, here, and then here. All right, and then we're going to turn down the volume. Actually, I should have connected my controller. Uh-huh. Okay, it's still on mute. Good. Let me plug in my controller here because you cannot access the game with a keyboard unless there's some super secret way of doing it. But like the normal keys will not work. Really? Did I put in the wrong outlet? I sure did. I am not charging you up. There you go. All right. Where is? Oh, okay. Never mind. Can't do that. David Boston says, I still watch the video you roasting Alpha Milson. Man, was that 10 years ago? Of course the game is crashing now. Game has been working just fine this entire time. And the moment I'm on stream, it crashes. All right. Let's do that again. That was I want to say that was about 10 years ago. God, where does the time go? All right. Second attempt. If we could just not crash. Yes. Uh-huh. Please. This is why you always make backups of your games, people. Backups of everything that you're working on. Okay, it didn't crash. It's so weird that it crashed. That was so random. All right, so we'll let that run. And so again, Cheat Engine is kind of like our debugger that we will sort of take snapshots of states. So here, open process, and then here's our game here, and then attach, and then yes. Uh oh, it may have the Enigma protection. I forgot how we got around that. We have to defeat it again. That was another thing that we had to overcome too. Um, so the Enigma protection kind of prevents you from loading it up into a debugger. So if we do attach debugger, yes, and then this. But if we open up an x64 file, attach, and then here, then it's fine because we have kind of like we have the debugger hidden. All right, and we don't have any breakpoints, so we'll figure out how do we overcome this. That's kind of like mission number one. We may have been using an older version. We're going to detach for now. Okay. So I have cheat engine, MCP running. I think. Do we have the? How do you feel about the current state of MGTOW, red pill, and dating cultures? I don't know. I don't know. Much hasn't changed in the past forever. I don't know how I feel about it. Um, we're not in the time of the. Well, I guess we kind of are in the time of the. It wasn't as bad as it was when it comes to like grifting and stuff like that. G engine MCP running, but CE cannot attach to the game. I suspect uh, Enigma is preventing us uh, attaching, but we can do it in x64 DBG because of the I think is debug enabled uh, uh, avoidance is running, but I'm not sure. This what happens. We take some time away. You forget everything that you done. Not everything, but most. All right. So let's go from there. First things first, we have to attach it to cheat engine and then go from there. And then we'll start trying to find out how um checking for blocking states and stuff like that. So CE's MCP bridge pipe isn't even found. And is it? Cheat engine. So let's reconnect. I forgot how I did it. This is an Enigma anti-attach problem. The CE Lua bridge server isn't even started. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Which problem are you hitting? If it's number one, you need to make sure CE Lua bridge is running inside. Um, Kenny, how do you do this? I'll just have to ask. I think it's table, show this, but then where did I put this? Because I know I saved it. CCG files. Let's just X the bot. I really got to organize these files. It's a crap ton of files. All right. I forgot how to connect CE MCP, and I detached from x64. Uh-huh. And of course, guys, if you have any questions, please ask. Still not connecting the MCP. Reconnect message fired, but to see and blah blah blah. You need to execute the bridge. Little script. Do you have? I forgot where I put it. It's somewhere on here. Um, or is it? You know what? You know what? You know where I think I put it? The other directory. Casual Economist, how's it going? Iridium Kush, how's it going? Here. Geometry Survivor. References here, maybe. No, it's not here, actually. The cheat table is there, but yep. It's somewhere. Come on, Kenny. Fucking amateur hour. Where'd you put the damn file? Oh, you know what? It's in my MCP servers. I'm an idiot. Here. It's here. Okay. It's here. Um, let's see. So let me see if I remember this correctly. So we're going to go here, cheat engine, here, open, and then here. I think here. Yes. Execute script. Exception. Oh boy. What are you hung up on? Crap. That's why you document. Open CE's little engine. Uh-huh. Yeah, I did do that, but now I'm getting exception that I didn't get before. Exception table. Crap. Okay. We got to do it the hard way because I didn't document and I forgot because I wanted to save on usage because I was using a lot of usage. Okay. I forgot how we resolved this problem the first time. I stopped watching Red Pill and Manosphere videos in 2019 because it became too diluted and full of contradiction. Yeah, contradictions. Eh, I watch some every now and then. Certainly not into it like I once was. The hard coded file back past line 12, but the actual files when you paste a script into. See, that's the thing. I didn't paste it into the. That's fine. Fix the fallback. Okay. All right. So let's close. And the reason why we have to close Cheat Engine is because it will not clear out. I guess I could just delete it and just reload the file. Open here, please. The table has been saved to. This fallback script directory was pointing to cheat engine source instead of cheat engine. Reload the script and see easily. Okay, I'll just paste it in there. And this is this is the main thing I hate about Claude Code is that uh it's not gonna get well. Uh, um. Oh, you know what? This is the custom cheat engine skill or the cheat engine MCP server. There is one that I use that I know it works, but was that it? Where did I put it? It's this one. Yeah, I was in the wrong. I have to. Okay, so okay, background. Um, so there are plenty of cheat engine MCP servers. And MCP servers again, it's just a way for an agent to talk to a piece of software, whether it's an API server or a database or whatever, right? So just think of like the application on top of that application to allow programs to talk to that program. You have an API layer on top of that, and then if you want your agents to interact with that API, which interact the application, then that's where the MCP server layer comes in. That usually sits on top of the API. MCP talks to the API, API talks to the program, program does some stuff, and it goes back up the layer stack to the API and the MCP, and then back to the agent, and then back and does some stuff. Last question: how did you discover MGTOW, and who made the best MGTOW videos in your opinion? Uh, how did I discover MGTOW? Let's see. God, that's going back. Okay, not really MGTOW specific, but God, that was 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, Valentine's Day. I was going to a not Valentine's Day. I think it was a day before Valentine's Day. I was going to a poker tournament in Daytona Beach card room, and I was staying at whatever that hotel is. That's like right off of the racetrack. I forgot the name of it. Um, and I just turned on the TV. Right. Sometimes you just want to turn on the TV, to wake you up through your day and so on and so forth. And it was on Fox News, and there was this guy named Mark Rudolph, uh, the no nonsense man, and he was on that channel debating some woman about Valentine's Day, about how it's a scam and it's used to extort men out of money and stuff like that. And it caught my attention because I'd never heard anything like this on TV before. Like, what? You can say this stuff because he was saying all the things that we were thinking, and that was kind of like my first foray into the manosphere. From that, Black Men Vent podcast, which unless they restarted for a third time, um, and Black Men Vent and the No Nonsense Man turned into Tom Likas. I'm pretty sure all of us hearing my voice have heard of Tom Likas. Tom Likas turns into well, actually no. Mark Rudolph goes on, does a podcast with Tom Likas, and then from the YouTube recommendations, that turned into um who did that turn into? Patrice O'Neill. That turned into Patrice O'Neill. So now we have Mark Rudolph, we have Tom Likas, now we got Patrice O'Neill. Again, YouTube recommendations. Then that turns into Thugtician. Then that turns into um uh what's the guy's name? Paul Elam. I'm rusty. Then that turns into uh God, what's the name of that podcast? With Karen Strong, Typhon Blue, and Paul Elam and the other guy. I forgot his name. Um that podcast. This is before the second podcast with this is when Paul Elam called himself the happy misogynist. Okay. From there, then that turns into Barbarossa. This is 2011. This is where shit really picks off. 2011 is where things picks off. Patrice O'Neill is at his height. May he rest in peace. It's also the year he died. Tom Likas, Barbarossa, and Stardust, and Girl Writes What? They're all together. You know how things they kind of like converge, or I think it's called synchronicity, where things just are related, highly related things just happen at the same time, unrelated but related um, sort of things happening. They don't know about each other. Well, actually, no, I take that back because Girl Writes What and Stardust and Barbarossa knew about each other, but they didn't. They wasn't creating content based on the other. Okay, so we have um, uh, Paul Elam's podcast. We have Girl Writes What. We have Barbarossa. We have Stardust. Then a few years later, there's other guys as well. Um, man, I'm really blanking. A few years later, this is around 2014. I come in. BGS comes in. Um, who else? A bunch of people. Uh, there was another guy. I forgot his name. Sandman. Sandman is comes in later. He doesn't come in 2011. He comes in 2014. Or 2015, whichever one. He's been around for forever as well. But yeah, Sandman was not welcome when he first came in. His first, I don't know if he still has those videos up, but like his first 5 to 7 videos is remarkably different than the rest of them. Um, until he started asking for donations, and then you know how that goes. So, but yeah, Sandman is in there as well. Um, maybe just TM 101. This is where you kind of like have kind of like your black MGTOW. Um, I know, y'all gonna jump on me for not knowing these names. I'm blanking out on. But they'll come to me as soon as I stop live streaming. Uh, and then after 2015, that's when the floodgates open, right? So this is way before Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate. Way before that, before Pearl. This was kind of like the dark ages, the golden but dark ages of the manosphere, where it's like um if you were big enough, you just got swatted. Eventually, you're gonna get your channel taken. It wasn't profitable. People didn't do it for money. I would say that Sandman was probably the first content provider that was really asking for money like that. Could be wrong about that, but I'm trying to think. I can't remember before him. But no, people, we were just all doing it because let's just get the information out there, save as many lives as possible. It wasn't a money thing, and for me, it's never been a money thing. Um, but yeah, after 2015, much later actually, I would say after Adpocalypse. Yeah, I remember that first and second wave. So I want to say the first wave came around 2016, back when Me Too was kind of like, yeah, I remember what's the video game girl name? Anita Sarkeesian? Is that her name? I'm not gonna look it up because I don't really care to, but and of course I've gotten way off topic, but we'll get back to that. Uh whatever the girl, she wasn't even a gamer, but whatever. She was all over the place. Made a whole series and stuff like that. So this is around 2016, and I think YouTube. If this was kind of like, all right, so this red pill stuff, this manosphere stuff, is really starting to take off, and YouTube's like, no, we gotta taper it down because it was you had um you had blue pill, you had purple pill, you had red pill, and you had black pill stuff, but it wasn't really popping like that. But you had it all happening again, synchronicity. We're all listening to like the same guys, but we're all taking in different direction, right? You had like the black MGTOWs, and then you had like the white MGTOWs, and they had their thing. Then you had to fall out with TFM. Um, uh, TFM stands for Turd Flinging Monkey. Just came to me. TFM at that time, at that time was bigger than all of us, with the exception of Barbarossa and Stardust and Karen Strawn. Girl Writes What. So it was them, and then like TFM comes along, he's streaming every single day, uh, like 3 to 5 hours. I think he was asking for donations too, but we don't wasn't really that big of a deal. Who cares, right? And TFM's message was more of on the, I want to say, on the black pill ish sort of side, where it was like, yeah, we understand the flaws in the system, but somebody's got to be responsible, right? Both of us, men and women, can't be irresponsible. Not irresponsible. That's the wrong word. Men and women can't not or cannot be not responsible. I'm probably saying that wrong, but yeah, I get what I'm trying to say. So TFM was kind of like Tommy Sotomayor. Yes, David, but he wasn't really doing the MGTOW per se. It was kind of like more of kind of like an awareness, right? And definitely more of like on the black side of um of uh of the manosphere. It's kind of like black men watch out sort of thing, but it wasn't like just don't participate. I'd never gotten that from Tommy Sotomayor at all. Him and his 50 channels, because they kept on shutting his ass down. This dude would have 750,000 people, 750,000 subs. 15 years ago, they will shut him down, and like 2 days later, he would be back at like 500,000. It was like this dude was like the fucking Terminator. They couldn't shut him down. They couldn't cancel him. Like they will shut down his. I don't know how many channels he went through during that 2010 to like 2015 run. I don't know how many channels he went through, but he went through a lot. But it didn't matter because people would just follow him. Because at that time, people wasn't black men weren't speaking out like that. Definitely not in public. Black Men Vent had their podcast, but they wasn't doing it on YouTube. It was a separate website. You had to go. I think it was, what's the name of the podcast site? I forgot the name of it. It'll come back to me later on. But you had to go to their website or some third party site to download their episodes. You could not get Black Men Vent episodes at that time on YouTube. But yeah, Tommy Sotomayor, you couldn't stop him. And then Corey Holcomb, I started listening to him. Um, along the same lines as Tommy Sotomayor, but Corey is a comedian and Tommy Sotomayor are not. So people will laugh off what Corey Holcomb was saying. Corey is telling jokes, but he's serious as well. So that's why he didn't get canceled. I mean, these days, that's a different story. But yeah, that if we're talking about like the timeline, I know I got some things wrong and I'm missing out on a lot of things. But yeah, 2016 was kind of like the first. 2015, 2016 is kind of like the first adpocalypse where YouTube said, okay, enough of this. Sponsors, the manosphere space is growing exponentially from all different directions, and we gotta taper this down. Even on Reddit, like the MGTOW subreddit, if you look back on the archives, it's huge, like hundreds of thousands of posts before it got inevitably canceled. And yeah, there is some hateful shit in there. I'm not even gonna lie to you, boy. I done heard some wild shit uh in the manosphere, things that I was like, okay, guys, it's bad, but it ain't that goddamn bad. Jeez. Okay. Uh, After I'm gonna say 2017 is kind of like where people started poking their head back up. If you survived the first two rounds of Adpocalypse, then you started poking your head back up Matter of fact, I want to say between 2016 and 2017 for that whole year, I didn't post anything because I had two strikes, right? I had two strikes at one day. I didn't have a single strike on my channel ever. And then one day, one day I got two strikes back to back, bam, bam. And they say, back then it was a three strike system. If you got a third strike, your channel is gone. Don't ask for it. The shit is gone. Don't matter how much you beg. Don't matter. It doesn't matter, right? And at that time, people could vote your channel with community strikes. I don't know if that's still a thing. I don't think it is. But people would just gang up on your channel and then just report you, and then your channel would just get shut down. That's what happened with a lot of the big content producers at that time. Like, all right, well, was Minister Jap was around back in 2017? I think one of his channels just got not just, but got blown up like that. They just the community would just down or just report your channel. And of course, being controlled by bots, three strikes and you're out. You're gone, right? So, and then after that, after things kind of settled down, then you had Canvas Samuels and MTR. At this point, the the dark ages is gone. Me Too is not really a thing anymore. Um, there was a whole lot of shit back then. People was trying to pass off. Y'all remember man spreading? I think I think that's still a law in some books in New York. Sitting with your legs too wide gets you a ticket. In New York, I know that was the real thing. And I know Visual Grape was they was trying to make that a thing. Man, that 2015 to 2018 run in the Manosphere, uh, it was a pretty bad time. Not the best. I discovered MGTOW in 2015 and to save my life, but in 2020 it almost ruined my life because it became infiltrated by dating coaches, simps, and women. That's always been the thing though, because you always gonna have grifters. You're always gonna have grifters. Um, as far as dating coaches is part of the manosphere. Uh, that would be considered purple pill, right? You see the same errors, you see the same issues that MGTOWs are saying, but it's kind of like your solution is different, right? Your solution isn't to walk away and to opt out. Your solution is to, all right, so you know the variables, you know how the game is stacked. This is how you uh, this is how you maneuver through that game, right? And simps are always going to be simps. And then women, look. Um, guys want sometimes. Me personally, I just find like what at that time, I wanted to just kind of like pick the brain of women and see where they stood on all of this. But there are some content creators that they know who they are, that openly invite women on to their channel, and yeah, that you could do that can go that goes about how you pretty much how you expect. Uh, and then yeah, there are some women content creators that would do like the manosphere stuff. Some fake, a lot fake. Woolly Bumblebee. Uh, why can I remember that name like it's nothing, but I forget all the others. Um, I want to say, I want to say, when SG and Concrete Rose came around, is around that 2018, 2017, 2018 sort of run after the dark ages of the manosphere. Everything's. Uh, I wouldn't even say. I don't even want to say what came after the dark ages is a renaissance because post 2017, everything after 2017, even with Kevin Samuels, cannot compete, cannot touch what came in between 2005 and 2015 to me. And maybe I'm just the old guy on the porch telling people to get off of it. But that 2005 to 2015 run is undefeated to me. It's uncensored. Uh, there's nothing is neutered. People weren't doing that for money because you wasn't getting paid. You weren't getting sponsored. You wasn't getting ads. None of that shit. If you were creating Manosphere content, you did it for the love of the game. So yeah, that 2005 to 2015 run, undefeated, undefeated, myself included. Y'all know I used to do, I still do, not still, but I used to do like the midnight run videos where I used to talk about all kinds of random shit that relates to relationships, roasting special needs kids and all this other stuff. Um, but yeah, that the Barbarossa, the TFM stuff, early BGS, early myself, because I go back and I listen to those videos and I'm like, yeah, I was I was on one. Definitely a different place in my life at that time. But yeah, it's fine, I guess, these days, but you got the algo talk and it's polished. I don't even want to say it's even polished, but it is what it is. I wouldn't even call it an evolution either. That 2005 to 2015 run needs to be studied. It's really, really good. Really good. From everyone, no matter who you were. All right. Back to work. All right, so this is the MCP server from GitHub that actually works. The one that we were trying to use is my modded, not even modded version. I was trying to create an MCP server from scratch. And why would we try to recreate the wheel or reinvent the wheel? Because I want to not only use Cheat Engine, I want to use Cheat Engine in tandem with either Pro and Gitra. Um, so to do further investigations on memory location that Cheat Engine flags. But we're going to use this version because we know this one works. So Cheat Engine, go here and then go here. If I remember this correctly, and I think it's here. Execute. Worker thread started. Okay. Did I do this correct? Let me check the NCP Cheat Engine main. Yeah, this is the correct one. Is this the correct one? It is. Okay. I loaded the wrong MCP server, CE MCP server script. The correct one is here. But we do, but we will fix my version because I do want to use IDA Pro, Hydra, by Ninja, Binary Ninja, but I call it by Ninja for short, and then R2 in tandem with CE. But we'll do that another. God damn it, Kenny. Come on. Another time. All right. So ping the server. So right now we're waiting on the connection here. And it just connected. So now we're connected. No process attached. Do you want me to check if the game is running and attach it? Okay. It's not going to work. Game is running. Attempt attach. All right. David Boston says, by the time Kevin Samuels and Fresh and Fit appeared in the Manosphere, I decided to quit watching Red Pill videos. They ruined the community by making it viral and mainstream. I wouldn't say that making it viral and mainstream is not ruined it. It's just not. It's not in a language that men sort of respect. It's watered down. It's not. Andrew Tate, Kevin Samuels. Let me say this. So Andrew Tate and Kevin Samuels. And do I want to throw Pearl in there? I don't know if I want to throw Pearl in there. Come back to me on that at another time. Was kind of like the last remnants of sort of like that no holds barred. Not as extreme though. I don't even extreme is not even the word I want to go with. But even Kevin Samuels, as straightforward as he was, he still didn't go all the way in. And that was just his style. That's fine. Andrew Tate, same. You think people think Andrew Tate and Kevin Samuels as extreme as a kid? Oh, you wasn't around in 2011. Oh, 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 oh. But yeah, that those two, Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate, that's it. That was the last. Uh, that was the last vestige of no holds barred sort of commentary. That it's done. Now you have to use algal talk and uh yeah, it's a lot more polished and toned down and watered down. But yeah, I wouldn't say it ruined it. Mainstream didn't ruin it, but because the whole point, at least from my generation of the manosphere, is that we want to get the information out. So whether it goes viral or mainstream, that's good. But you have to take the bad with the good, because the moment it becomes viral and mainstream, here comes the content police, and here comes the people doing concern trolling, and you're going to be targeted, and they're going to try to take your channel down and all that stuff. So that comes with it. In 2011, we didn't know that because we just speaking from the heart. We knew that 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018 ish sort of stuff. But yeah, no. Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate, uh, they definitely listened to like the golden year stuff and adapted that to their message, and great for them. Make Kevin Samuels rest in peace, but his message will live on forever. Even if they shut down the channel, they will at some point. Uh, his videos are going to live on forever, forever and ever and ever. You see people still reposting his stuff. What has it been? 3 years? 4 years? I don't know how long it's been. What did he pass? 2022? 2021? I don't remember. But it's, yeah, forever. But then, but people are not going to find Barbarossa stuff. Oh my God! I would say, you know what, David Boston. To answer your question, what what flipped me from men's rights activist to MGTOW? There's a very specific video on Barbarossa's channel. I think channel is called Barbar. If it's still up, I don't know, but the video is called "Marriage is just a business." Only something along those lines. Marriage is only just a business, or something like. Oh no, marriage is the bottom line, or something along those lines. Oh my God! Because there was a line in that video. He says, "You know what? Let's say, let's say if you have the wife that you're looking for. Let's say if you get that. Let's say you get exactly what you're looking for, right? You're telling me, you're telling me that the optimal scenario is being a wage slave and being married to the state through paperwork. That's what we're doing. You're doing all this for what? Sexual access for children? That's that's what you're aiming for. That's the optimal scenario. That's the best you're looking for. I hate to sound like a noob, but what does BJS Immore means? BJS stands for Black Gnostic Speaks. Immore stands for bear with me, BJS. Let me see if I remember this off the top of my head. Um uh Immore stands for Intelligent Black Men of Reform. Yes, I remember that. But yeah, David Boston. That was the video of like, oh, oh. So it's kind of like it's one of those things that you have in your back of your mind, but you're kind of like you're. It seems like even in the manosphere, it seems like you're the only one that goes to like that black pill space, and then you figure out that somebody else has that exact same thought. It's like, oh, I'm not insane. You 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 want to be a wage slave? You 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 you, you know this isn't going to work, right? You know this marriage isn't going to last, right? I mean, it may, but the numbers say it won't. And you know what happens when it doesn't? You're actively signing up for that? Are you insane? Are you okay? That was the wildest shit I ever. That video itself is in like the Manosphere Hall of Fame in my book by far. And it's a what is it? A 2 hour video? It's not one of those. This is before YouTube Shorts. It is not a short video, and every single minute is gold. Every single last one of them. I think there was a part of the video where, and what is this? What is this thinking about? What is it? What are we doing? Hold on, invalid class error. Okay. Did you crash? You did not crash. Bear with me, guys. Uh, no, but there's a part of the video where it was a that's a CE Lua API version, blah blah blah. I mean, I worked on blah 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 blah. Okay, fix it. There was a part of the video where it was a news clip where it was I think it was an older gentleman and he was talking to this younger lady, and this younger lady, I think she was TradCon or traditional conservative. Let me use the full phrase. Um, and they're arguing, not really arguing, they're not really debating, if I remember this correctly. They're talking about going back to traditional ideas. And so, and BJ's, not BJ, excuse me, Barbarossa stumps on all of it. And he was like, yeah, you can go back to traditional ideas, but you do know that in traditional ideas, you were still getting fucked. Mr. Mr. Wage Slave, you know you're still getting fucked. Of course. Uh Forget about feminism. Forget about that. We don't even need to even talk about feminism. Let's go ahead and attack your optimal scenario of traditional roles. Let's attack that. And at that, no one, with the exception of Stardust, really kind of uh stuck a knife in the throat of traditional ideas like those two at that time. Karen Strawn, I'll give credit. She kind of did it too, but not like Barbarossa and Stardust. Oh man, every single week. If we talk, like we talk about like music from the '80s, like Michael Jackson and Prince. Um, Barbarossa is like Michael Jackson of the Manosphere, and Stardust was like Prince. Every single week, they're coming out with videos that are bankers, back to back to back to back to back. 2011, 2012, and I would say Karen Strong. Who would be who would be a good comparison? Who compares to Michael Jackson and Prince of the 80s? Phil Collins? I know someone's like, Phil Collins. First of all, let's not disrespect Phil Collins, but I don't know. I don't know. Let's just say Girl Writes What was like the Phil Collins back then. She was coming out with bangers too. And Girl Writes What was the introduction. And there was another white woman. I forgot her name. She had like those big ass headphones. Another blonde. I forgot her name. It'll come to me again after I stop live streaming. And Claude Code is getting on my last nerve right now with all this thinking. Um, but she was another one, right? So I would say Barbarossa number one, Stardust two, Girl Rights War three, and the other white chick. I forgot her name. Known for wearing those big ass headphones. Uh, but yeah, it's if you could find those videos on YouTube, maybe you can, maybe you can't. They'll definitely be on archive. Was it archive.com or archive.org or the internet Wayback Machine? If you could find those videos, they're golden. They're golden. I would recommend that. And then after those four, um, BGS stuff, of course. My stuff, if you want to go in a Black Pill sort of direction, and then of course Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate, and that's it. That's it. And my no, that's it. TM 101. I also recommend. There's another one I'm missing. Uh, TFM as well. Um, there's one more Black MGTOW I'm missing. Um, it's been a long time. But yeah, that's about it. About seven people, 7, 8 people. That's it. Of course, Tom Likas. Tom Likas is Tom Likas. Patrice O'Neill. Um, but like even as great as Patrice and Tom Likas was, they wasn't going to push that line because they was on radio. I know you felt so liberated once you discovered MGTOW. Man, let me tell you something. My life, I knew my life was different when after I saw that video. You know what? You ever seen something so life changing? You're like, you know what? I have to watch this again. I have to stop everything what I'm doing, and I have to even if it was a 2 hour video, I have to stop everything what I'm doing. And I have to watch this video again to make sure I soak everything up. That was that video for me. That video changed everything. Everything. Threw me in a completely different timeline. And you ever ate something so good that you're like, you know what? If it's not like this, I don't want it. So if your content wasn't like Barbarossa or Stardust, I didn't want it. My I they my messages was kind of like modeled after theirs, but no, but my thought process, I've always had like a uh talking crazy sort of thought process, but they gave me the confidence to actually say it because I just feel like even with Black Men Vent podcast, they didn't go there. They didn't challenge the traditional stuff. Tom Likas uh, and Patrice O'Neill, as outspoken as they were, they still didn't go there. They still didn't go there. And I get it. You're on radio. You can push the envelope, but you can't shove the envelope off a cliff. You can push it across the table. You cannot shove it. Not off the cliff. You can. Your ass will be off of radio. Because what the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? Men shouldn't be getting married to these women. Why? No, no, you're not going to do that. Well, no, after I heard Barbarossa, that video from Barbarossa, I didn't want anything that wasn't like that. What are we doing? The cheat engine, evaluate. Okay, this is not working. All right. How did I fix this before? I did this with. Hold on a second. Hold on. Install that required AI. Yes. Okay. I did that already. Let me make sure. Oh, come on. May not work in this. I'm gonna try a different approach. What do I need to do from my end? Because worked before with a different game. I'm doing something wrong. We ain't even took off yet. The CE reference one is different from the custom one. Are you seeing the error in CE or are you rejecting the tool call in CLI? A few things to check on. Attached to the game. In CE's main window, does it say no process? No, because I already told you that I cannot attach to it. So let's try this again. The game is in. The game is running. Are you frozen? You're not frozen. So where are you? Where the hell are you at? There it is. Just don't have an icon. Yeah. Error attaching the debugger 5. So you cannot attach a process. That's the Enigma anti-debug. That's what I told you. In that case, try settings, extra check, extra. All right, let's try this. Settings. Okay, settings, extra. Check use kernel mode, open process. Won't have into Windows debugger. Use kernel mode, open process. Um. Oh, I'm blind. Check kernel mode and use kernel mode. That's fine. Use kernel mode, open process. Okay. I really hate getting caught up here. I've really got to document it this time. It's a pain in my ass. Okay. Once I discovered MGTOW, I started saving money and losing weight, minimizing my lifestyle, enjoying my life as a single childless man. It was truly the best feeling I have in my life. Absolutely. Absolutely. Good. Open process and read. Kernel mode. Kernel mode options are both checked. Really? Am I blind? I didn't see anything. Oh, never mind. I am blind. Um, that should bypass blah blah blah. Now check query memory region routines. Uh, okay. That helps with memory scanning. They click OK after that. Try attaching the game. Okay. Yes. Yes. The vulnerable driver block list is enabled. And you want to know how to. Yes. Um. I didn't have to do all this the first time. Do this the first time. Um. Last attempt. Then we go back to um, decompiling, disassembling. Um, educated guessing, because that is what we were doing. So your MGTOW stuff is still up on the channel. I have, man, I privated those videos. Because someone again was trying to attack my channel, so I just privated everything. I'll unprivate it again. How do you feel about the black pill? Uh, that would be my route of choice. Just go for what makes you happy. Black pill stuff is still touching a lot of people. Uh, like the videos back in 2014 to 2017, it was kind of like, yeah, I had a lot of those midnight run stuff where I didn't care about just saying it. But these days, man, I don't mind, but it's like the community is not there anymore. You have two choices. Updated, blah, 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 blah. This is why the kernel mode operations aren't actually working, even though they're checked. I'm not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Skip kernel mode, uncheck the and see if no. May have already patched the anti-debug checks. So CE might just work in user mode. Okay, so it does try option twos in okay, so the game or x64 does in fact attach, but how do we do state checking like we do in CE? Because I don't want to like scan all of the memories in the registers every single time where I hit pause. But if that's what we have to do, that's still better than just guessing, shooting at the dark and hope we hit something. We will hit it eventually, but I'm just trying to save on time. Yeah. Can do most of what you use CE for. We already have a ton of known addresses. All right. For example, we know the game said blah blah blah. Want me to know? I don't. All right. So let's get started. Let's get to work. I'll attach. Um, I'll attach the x64, and you can get to work. And I'll load in by Ninja. My Ninja. Um, until we make, um, I don't know, significant headway, we will be using a swarm of 3, and this is going to be Ida, Idra, and by Ninja. Um, for differing opinions. And so, yeah, um, let me do this. Open that up. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be not only using one tool, we're going to be using three in parallel. So the real power of agentic programming is where you can have an agent orchestrator create other agents on the fly to do similar tasks and then have them all report to the orchestrator. And then the orchestrator can determine what to do from there. I have to enable the MCP in by Ninja, and which is what it was. No, actually, no, I take that back. And then x64. So right now we have x64 as our debugger for dynamic analysis. We have our game running. We can close this on out. x64 file attach. And we're going to attach the debugger to our game here. Is DLL loaded? All right, and then try again. Debugging is true. We're live. Let me confirm. Yep, 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 yep. All right, so we loaded the binary into by Ninja. IDA and Geetra, you don't see because we're going to be running those in headless mode because we don't need MCP servers for what we can do on the command line. Sampanji, how's it going? I appreciate you for answering all my questions. So I should be very enough. Yeah, man, appreciate it, David Boston. Thank you for the questions. Attached. Yep, yep. What are we working on today? Did you forget? All right, so um, we're going to uh, find out where the AI logic is hiding, so we can um, create super aggro AI mode, um, etc. All right. And then while we get that started, then we'll be working on our YouTube Scout skill along with our Notebook LM skill as well. Working on both of those at the same time. I kind of am tempted to just do decompilation because we just have a lot of usage that we need to dig into. We actually have significant prior work on this already. I know. Blah blah blah. Current state V3 never block is applied testing. Going deeper into the AI decision tree, understanding how. Yep. Building new behavior modes. Um, so all of stop it. All of the locations we found so far doesn't do what we want. So let's go over the past few attempts to ensure they don't work, and then we'll go from there. All right. I'm really concerned that the game crashed the first time, and I don't know why. Because that was the first time it did that. And it really wasn't supposed to do that at all. So we're gonna hold off on Cheat Engine for now. No, 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 no. You know what? We didn't open in admin mode, and that could be what was different from before. Let's try it. Let's try it. I'm just gonna open again, even though that did say admin. Just want to make sure. No, I don't. So that means it did not save the last time. What did we why are you asking me that? Open process. Okay. Let's restart again as admin. Let's go ahead and detach from x64 because you cannot attach multiple debuggers to one process. All right, again. Well, I'll be damned. Stick a fork in that for now. I managed to get MVC2 attached and CE. CE just needed to be in, oh, I just needed elevated access. Ready to go. All right, so back to our this here, because we have to connect to the MCP. We can delete this, and then we're going to go to here, and then here, open. That's the correct one, and then execute. Go ping ping the server, and we are attached in CE, as you can see here. All right. No, 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 only one. Can I attach x64 and CE to the same game? I thought that couldn't be done. I should try it, right? But I'm 95% sure the game will crash. Otherwise, the game would crash. You're right. Two debuggers are. Uh, did Anthropic neuter this model in the last 3 days? What are we doing? In normal mode, uses debug. You have two options. UCE. Yeah. Let's get to work. It's only been an hour and a half since we haven't done anything. Let me get our bearings. No breakpoints are running yet, which is why the game hasn't frozen. All right, we're at a menu, no fight active. To start AI logic, we need to match running so we can watch AI state in real time. And let me know when you're in a fight. I'll then read the CPU bitmask to confirm which slots are. Okay, let's get to work. All right. So we're gonna choose our super cheap, easy team. Iceman, what the hell is his name? Cable and Cyclops. I should probably choose Iron Man, but that's okay because we could just do projectiles. We don't actually care about winning or losing or anything like that. Okay, and then we'll just let it go for a few more seconds. All right, in a match, I'll I'll play while you scan. Yeah. All right. And we'll just keep doing this because it takes a ton of chip damage. Look at all that chip dance. That doesn't make any sense. Do I still live in the States? I sure do. Still in Florida. That's probably never going to change. Uh-oh, what you do? So right now I'm just letting it scan its memory while I'm play. While it kind of like does like live analysis. I think probably in the second match I'll probably give it pause to let kind of like do kind of like a checkpoint. And then, of course, we have the same binary loaded up in Binary Ninja, so it can do kind of like static analysis. And then IDA Pro and Geetra is kind of like second and third opinions because there are some things that Binary Ninja misses that IDA and Geetra catch, and vice versa. There are some things that Geetra and IDA miss that Binary Ninja catches. So why use one tool when you can use all three at the same time for three times the price? Of course. Okay. Oh, an achievement? Okay, of course. So I can just do this all day. Time over. Three named AI functions. Okay, so he's decompiling. All right. And then we'll make sure we'll get into the match before we pause. All right, so we'll stop it there and let's see what we got. All right. So 12 entry conditions. Each entry has conditional mask, blah, blah, blah. Conditional mask. Yep. Guard bit 03. While our version 3 patches didn't work, we only cleared guard bits from the output. That prevents blocking, doesn't make the AI attack. The AI's actual aggression comes from what action sequences it selects. Okay. Now, right now, we're not doing anything in Cheat Engine that we can't do in x64 because we haven't done any sort of state sort of diffing. Meaning we look at the memory when the AI is blocking versus taking a difference from when the AI is not blocking, and seeing what the difference is and looking in those memory addresses. Um, per slot AI command. Okay. All right. Assuming that it's correct. I didn't know it could get controller inputs. Interesting. I'll let it finish. I do want Geecher and Ida also in on this. I don't want it to just be binary ninja. Get controller just reads raw controller states. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll let it finish doing its an investigation, and then whatever solution it wants us to try. If that doesn't work, then we will uh, pass on those same memory addresses to Ida and Geecher and see what it comes back with. Meanwhile, both of these, okay. Let's work on our notebook LM skill. All right. Then here, and then skills, notebook LM, and then we'll do like we'll call it YouTube Scout. That's the name that it gave us, and we'll go with that. And then we're going to compose the YouTube Scout and the Notebook LM together. So let's say if I part of my harness, my documentation harness, and my agentic workflow um, is I want to be able to utilize Notebook LM to not only upload sources, upload transcripts, well, transcripts as sources. I want to also retrieve that information. So we want to use Notebook LM as our retrieval augmented based system. How do we do that? We can do that actually for free using Notebook LM's hidden API and the Notebook LM Pi code, which uses Playwright, which interact or it controls Playwright to um, interact with Notebook LM programmatically. So we're not violating any sort of API or anything, but we're still doing it automatically. Okay. We actually want to be in our root directory here. Well, maybe it doesn't really matter. Actually, no. We want to be correct here. All right. Okay. All right. So, um, how do I want to write this out? Part of my documentation uh, pipeline of my agentic harness is the following. Work in progress, of course, as always. Um, YouTube Scout. YouTube meta data retrieval. skill. Uh, this skill, given a URL or a series of URLs, will then fetch all of the metadata from said uh, YouTube URLs. This includes title, description. Now I'm describing my skill. We haven't actually created it yet. But YouTube Scout is going to be like our first step in our pipeline, and then whatever metadata YouTube Scout gets, then we're going to feed that into Notebook LM. Description, tags, um, duration, uh, date, date published, transcripts. Um, I know I'm missing some things, but we'll stop it from there. Um, how do I want this? How do I want the deliverable from YouTube Scout? The deliverable will be a file with all metadata in one markdown file. Actually, I'm thinking about if I wanted markdown or if I wanted JSON. And I actually thought about putting in JSON format in a markdown file. Um, you know what? In one JSON file and a corresponding um, markdown file. We can use an application that does this, so we don't need to use up tokens for it. Is our other still cooking? Okay, here we go. We'll come back to that. All right, I've now decoded the full AI architecture. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. I can't tell you how many times he's told me that. The AI is three-layer system, conditional loop, move selection, action sequences. Yep. Find and modify the difficulty parameter. There must be one that affects AI behavior. Let me search. Hack the RNG selection. Force. Always pick attack moves instead of random selection. I'm not sure what you mean by that, but we'll come back to that. Um, yes, A and then B, but yeah, A and then B. Swarm of three. Ida, Gitra, by Ninja. Actually, no. Let's do a swarm of four. And R2, which is radar 2. I want the entire gang on in on this one. Um, I heard that your agents and your agent swarm could talk to each other. I don't know how they managed to do that, but um, I don't think it's eh. Um, can agents? Yeah, can agents in our swarm talk to each other in real time? Well, if it's to each other, then it is in real time. That'd be redundant. AI block goes down today or tomorrow. The other 30%, we got a lot of things because I also want to create I want the Gemini CLI to also generate um documentation as well. So when I do kind of like my pre-context or pre-compact hook, I want to also send off. I want to create a copy, a text file copy of our entire conversation of the context window. Then I want a copy to go to um Gemini CLI, which it would use the 3.1 Pro model and summarize um, and give some insights and stuff like that, and then generate either a markdown or a PDF on that in the same directory. So this way we have the full context conversation and we have summarized and we have it uploaded to our entire conversation uploaded to Notebook LM, which we can ask or we can query later on. This way, our text file is just an offline copy that we need just in case. All four agents running in parallel. Agents can't talk directly to each other. I'm the hub. Each agent reports findings back to me, and I synthesize. Yeah, I kind of figured that. I've heard otherwise, but that's okay. Let me spin up the swarm. Each swarm gets a focus mission. Yep, yep, yep. Um, XRefs to yeah. So yeah, this is what I was talking about, like with your agent swarm. Now I have four different disassemblers, decompilers working on one different aspects of the single problem of a single problem. Instead of we can also have it all four working on the same problem as well, and kind of like each one give its opinion and whatever, and then the agent orchestrator determines which is the best opinion and then go from there. But in this instance, we're just doing different things. They're all each one is doing a different thing, and then we'll go from there. Okay, back to our skill. The deliverable will be a markdown file with all the metadata. No, uh, will be a JSON file with all metadata, with all the metadata, including transcript and corresponding markdown file with the same meta data, but in markdown, I don't know, headings. Okay. And this skill will then pass the URL to Notebook. And the reason why I'm writing this in Notebook or Notepad++ is so we have like a backup copy of this prompt in case we lose it. Um, Skill will then pass the URL to notebook LM. And BLM fetches all metadata automatically. So no need to uh, manually upload from there. Well, can it involve if all Notebook LM needs is a URL, then why do we need the YouTube Scout part? Well, the metadata we get from YouTube Scout can be used in other workflows. So we can do like a channel analysis or um, for strategy analysis, so on and so forth. Um, Trends, stuff like that. Um, so now, hmm, I should ask the. I am gonna ask the bot, but like, given a skill, the skill given a URL or a series of URLs. Okay, how does it get the URL? I mean, we have tools to automate searching. We could use like the DuckDuckGo search engine, or we could use the Brave search engine, or we can use Google search engine. So that's not a problem. Um, Actually, no. Claude can just do web searches itself and fetch the URLs. Um, okay, so I'm just gonna always do this part. So I'll ask clarifying, and then in our folder, the one way I usually do things is docs, and then screenshots, and then references, and then research, and then ccg dot files for Cloud Code generated. Ask clarifying questions. Um, One example workflow. Um, Cloud Code uh, use web searching to search for top 10 results or top 10 YouTube results requested by user. Um, Agent calls YouTube skill fetches. Actually, no, it doesn't. Um, Web search gives results. Agent selects um, best results, best 10 results. Uh, yeah, best 10 results. Retrieves those YouTube URLs. URLs are then passed to the agent. No, pass to YouTube Scout skill. Skill fetches metadata for all 10 videos. And it doesn't matter if it's 10 or if it's 100 or if it's 1,000. Doesn't really matter because that part, the searching part, we don't need to encapsulate that into a skill because Claude Code has its own embedded uh, Chrome browser that it uses. Skill fetches metadata for all 10 videos. Um, sends all, yeah, all 10 videos. Metadata is stored and JSON and Markdown. You still doing any WGU stuff, or did you graduate? I did graduate with the bachelor's. Still working on. Haven't started the master's yet. I will though. I will do that this year. That's a promise. Starting JSON and Markdown files, and then I have to specify it's going to be uh let's say it's going to be in the, yeah, it's going to be in the ccg.files, and it's going to be YouTube Scout, um yeah, YouTube Scout folder, and then it's going to say how do I want to name the files? Nice, congrats. Well, casual economist hasn't been. It's going. It's going. Of course, I graduate in the worst time in history for computer science majors. It's no one's fault but my own, because really I should have graduated 20 years ago. But it is what it is. I appreciate it though. So how do I want to name these files? CTG files, YouTube Scouts. Naming them by date doesn't really help. Actually, um, agent generated name um, based on search query, based on search query dot JSON. Um, here, and then we're just gonna put this in different line. Dot JSON, and then same thing here. We're gonna make a copy for Markdown here. MD. I don't use my econ degree. Yeah, job market is so cookie. Yeah, man. I'm thinking of going back for a master's, maybe PhD. You know, is that like a normal thing for like all right, well, I got my degree, can't really find a job or career rather in my field or a better career because my job is okay, but it's not a career. Um, all right, so I can continue to keep trying to grind, or let's go back to school and upgrade. I don't know. Maybe it's a trap. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna go for my PhD. I don't think I'm built like that. Because computer science is just applied mathematics, and I'm okay at math, but I'm not in love with it. All right. So we have a JSON file, we have a Markdown file, we have our generated names. Okay. All right. And then so Back here. Now this is what I hate about Claude Code. This shit here, pasted lines 1 through 24. They've got to fix that because now I have to repaste this, and again, it's going to repeat. It's not a big deal. It's just annoying. Okay, so that's our initial prompt for our skill for our documentation pipeline. And let's see what we got here. Oh, you have done a lot. All right, agent AI. Ida just dropped a bombshell. Okay, we'll see. Here's what I found: AI difficulties in the ROM param blob. Only 43 bytes. Okay. Command table difficulty, block decision index, difficulty bitmaps, blah blah blah. Don't really care about any of this stuff. Live ROM, param blob values. If I was doing this manually, this would be a gold mine. All right. And again, I'm not going to lose any of this because we're at 90% in, full. Once it get at 100% and we have to compact the conversation, it automatically spits out a text document with everything we've talked about in the conversation, in the conversation window. Current stage is difficulty 1. Alt control, very easy. Okay. Reaction delay 127 frames for both slots. Aggression mode 0. The AI is on difficulty 1. That was true. No wonder it's passive. Let me crank everything up. Oh, wait a minute. 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 Are you telling me? Oh, we haven't crashed. The CPU should not have max difficulty, 0 reaction delay, and never block. Test it. All right, let's test it. Let me get my controller. Let's see. Now we're on level 2 at this point. Let me find out that you actually found it. No. No, it's still pretty passive for level 2. Still sitting there looking at me. No. Maybe, hold on. Let me try something else. I'm on level 2 now. Try, or maybe try to crank up the difficulty. Cost of living keeps raising. Yep. Are you good at fighting games? Man, I used to be. I used to be. I used to be. That was a long time ago. My reaction time is shot. I actually play like an old man. Yeah, this game, man, fucking game ruined my life. Just skip school to play this game all day. Uh, but no, I used to be very, very good at all fighting game, all video games. But I mean, I'm just not into video games like I used to be. I can't sit here and play video games for 20 hours a day. Those days are long gone. Hell no, I got shit I gotta do. Everything is still cranked. Okay. Block disabled. It's at difficulty 9. All right. Maybe I gotta attack it. Well, it can still block, so the blocking isn't working. Uh-oh, you did something because it stuttered. Nope. Safe to say this hack isn't working yet. What about you, economist? Now, Sabretooth is very aggressive just by default. Same thing with Rogue. I've noticed that Rogue and Sabretooth get teamed up a lot. Like there's a certain switch, regardless of what level they're on. You see how aggressive he's getting? Could have sworn I was blocking down. Okay. I still love fighting games. About the only video games I'll play. Yeah. Yeah. Once I get these hacks down, I'm gonna be doing all kinds of stuff. I'm really looking forward to is the hack where you can call both assists at the same time. That would really be something. Um, Command table is still the same with zero repeatable threshold. With the upper 16 limits with difficulty one, they're all zero. No repeat limiting. No, CPU can still block and is still passive. Level two. We're on level three now. Continuing to test, and I know it's spelled wrong, but that's okay. And you see R2 is still running in the background. You see it down at the bottom there. hmm Charlie's another one that gets super aggressive, regardless of what level. Depends on, like, especially if he gets low. Then watch, he doesn't do it today. Of course, of course. The thing I don't like about this controller, and I'm using the Xbox Elite 2 controller, it's not really registering, and the D-pad on this thing sucks. Got to be careful. This Juggernaut will. Yep. Yep. He'll do just that. Oh, of course, I missed it. So again, I'm just letting the bot scan the memory as we play, see what it could find while we have R2 running in the background. We're at level 4. Does she kill blocking from all 3 sources? Okay, let's find out. Again, we're at 99% context fillage. Um, but we're not going to lose anything because of our pre-compact hook where it saves a text document of our entire convo. So if we need to recall it back later, or if we want to send those documents into another bot for analysis, we can do that as well. Has the Hulk blocked? Oh, he just blocked. He just blocked. I was gonna say we just got, damn, that took a lot. The no blocking hack may have actually worked, but then he blocked on us. Uh-uh. So right now we're doing educated guessing, but we haven't really. We're making progress. We're eliminating address spaces, but you know, this is how decompilation projects and modding projects can take years because it's a whole lot of guessing. But now with agents and agent swarms, we can do it a lot faster. So what maybe takes years can be done in maybe a month or 2 or 3. Depends on how much you want to put into it. But once a game is decompiled and solved in essence, then it's solved forever. And I really want this game decompiled, of course. Let me go ahead and update since the bot is waiting. CPU can still block, not aggressive. We're on level 4. And we continue. Now I've seen, I know for a fact that there's a project where people have figured this stuff out just doing it manually for the past previous 20 years. The problem with that is that they have not published their findings. They're keeping it very close to the chest, and I hate that. Like, why not open source everything? It's like you're not selling the game. The game is freaking 26 years old. Still holds up today. It's insane. All right, so we'll go through this again, kind of like testing. And I don't know how aggressive Roll would be. Like if the aggression was on like 99, I don't know how aggressive she would be anyways, because character can't really do much. Um, doesn't run, moves suck, got short limbs. I'm forcing, hold on, let's see what it says. It says, I'm now force writing to the CPU's output buffer 60 times a second. Is the CPU throwing up attacks constantly? This will tell us if we have the right address in. So I do like that Opus 46 is trying different things. It will eventually figure it out. And I know this because all the VSTs that I've thrown at it with Ida and Gitra, it will eventually figure it out. Eventually. It's just a matter of when. If not, the output isn't exactly what drives. 60 times a second. Okay. I don't know if it's working because, what does an aggressive roll, like I was saying before, what does an aggressive roll even look like? She's blocking like crazy, but we're testing aggression now. Okay. All right, Jen, let's see. Of course. Of course, I couldn't kill him. I think it's safe to say that's not aggressive at all. Are we testing? Hold on. Are we testing for blocking or are we testing for? Yeah, no. I would say still not aggressive. Then again, maybe it is. No, I would say this is an appropriate level of aggression for like level 4. Yeah, nothing crazy. Level 5. Level 6. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that's definitely not working because that seemed like a normal level 4 or 5 ish sort of gameplay. All right, we'll update. It seemed like a normal play for a level 5. We're now on level 6. Continue searching. I am glad that it's able to scan real time and we don't have to pause and all of that stuff. And Innocuous is another one that gets super aggressive, especially at these later stages. Start doing those damn dive kicks. Yeah, the little pyramid jump. Uh oh. Uh oh. Yeah, I have to get rid of him. Storm is another one that's a pain in the ass. Don't start dive jumping on me. Mm-mm. Of course, I missed. I am casual economist. I am looking forward to reversing Marvel. What the hell is it called? The new Marvel game, Tokon. That is a beautiful game. I look forward to reversing that. What? I tried to counter, and it just took the hits. God damn it! Missing all my tiger knee movements. Why can't I walk up and just grab this guy? All right, so now it has a compact. All right, let's see. Um, Not expected, much larger. The function. Okay, R2 is still running. Um, we'll let it go for about 10 more minutes, and then we'll quit that too. Because why is it taking? Why is it taking so damn long? Yeah, Tokon looks beautiful. Yeah, man. People say the game is trash, but it looks beautiful. If anything, I want to swipe the assets from it if the game does suck. Because I don't have the reflexes anymore. Then again, if I put 10 hours a day into that game, you can get good at anything at 10 hours a day. But those days are over. But yeah, that is a good looking game. 2XKO is also good looking. The problem I have is like you need an online account and it's an online install. I'm like, what the hell? So if the game servers go down, I can't play this game anymore because they talking. I think they fired like half of the game company or something like that. I don't think this is the game mod. I think this is just Thanos being Thanos. So if the game servers go down, we can't play 2XKO anymore. I love how it moves. There's no reason why a fighting game should be online only. That is just dumb. Ah, yeah, half of the jobs will cut. Holy shit. Yeah, that's done. I've never heard of any company surviving when you cut half of the jobs. That's crazy. God damn it. See, that's the dumb one. The reaction time there, that was crazy. I'm missing all of my Tiger Knee inputs. It says founded, critical. All right. Opus 46 does seem excited and it gets it wrong. Again, that's fine. I don't mind it. Well, I do mind it being wrong, but because it uses up usage, but um it doesn't have to be right all the time. I just need to be right. It just needs to be right once. Maybe I should just get Iceman for this. The critical function. All right, let's see what it says. An AI output from blah 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 and remaps it. Okay. All right. Let me read the AI output to understand. All right. All zeros, probably not a match. Let me set up a continuous monitor. All right, we're going into what? Match seven? Oh, final match. Is it six or is it seven? I don't know. See, we still haven't done anything that X64 can't do even better. Yeah, I got caught twice on that shit. While the sampler runs, odd name to call it. So binary is using binary ninja to decompile now. I really wanted to use IDA. By Ninja by itself been really letting me down. Well, he would have killed me with that one. Hmm. I need levels. He doesn't do that very often. All right. Didn't get it that time, but this is going to be a long haul, I see. I'm probably going to be up because we are going to use this last 30%. We are for sure going to use this last 30% of usage and in these 22 hours for sure. Even if I have to be up for the next 15 hours to do it, we are going to use it. Hacking away at this game. Um, Everything has been decompiled with the exception of like the utility binaries, like for DX11. What's another one? Uh, the network play, which I don't care about. Um, let's see. There's a bunch of other ones as well. This is a major breakthrough. Looking at, I can see the full flow, AI processing, blah blah blah. Okay. Our V3 patches clear bit 0 and 3. That's up and down, not the back direction used for blocking. And in VC2, yeah. Okay. Let me check the sampler and see, look at the AI brain. All right, so let's create another game. Let's go again. You pay for Claude? Yes, sir. I use Max 200. I really don't like paying for software that I don't own, but there really is nothing like Claude on the market right now. Not even close. Everything I've thrown at Claude, eventually it cracks it. The reason why we haven't cracked this game yet is because there's no other project that has been published. I know there has been if you look on YouTube, there are MVC2 hacks, palette swaps, and stuff like that. And then there's also dev things that they've added, like the rematch menu that was not created in the Dreamcast version. But again, like I said before, they haven't published that, so it's not on the internet. And trust me, I have sent agents looking, and they have not found it. Um, it is what it is. But when I crack it, I'm gonna publish everything, of course, because why not? We need mods. I want people to do for CVS 2, MVC 2, Alpha 3, Third Strike, what people have done for Grand Theft Auto Online. Like Grand Theft Auto Online, even when they come out with GTA 6, like people are going to create custom servers to keep that game alive. Kind of like what they did for what was it, Halo 2? I don't know what Halo it was. Maybe it was Halo 2 and Halo 1. But the community came together and created their own servers so people can play that game. So they're not dependent on Xbox Live. That's what I want for these games. Because again, this game is going to be turning 30 and it still holds up. I mean, it's broken as shit in terms of like balance, but it's still a phenomenal game. Same thing with CVS 2 and Third Strike 3. But yeah, I pay for Claude every single month. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. And we're back. All right, let's add some volume. We'll cut off Artsy right now because it's been too long. And we'll wait for it to get done. Why did my controller stop working? So I had this issue before All right, let me turn the volume back off so I can hear myself think. So, um, in terms of like the AI blocking and stuff like that, it can like disable your controls, or I don't know, it overwrites something. Hook install for CPU slots is now clears left and right. No match active yet. Well, I'd love. Okay. Let's use IDA and Gitra in tandem for decompiling, disassembling for from now on. I just don't know if by Ninja is reliable. And yeah, in a two-man swarm. Hook remove your triad controller now. Okay. Nope. Man, why can't I spell? And the JNC branch inverted before two sprite compositor, so fair concern. Yeah, that was a while ago. It's just it's a lot of missing and not enough hits. I think Binary Ninja is great as kind of like as a third opinion, but not as the first opinion. Control is still not working. We'll wait for them to rewrite those bytes. And you read the input state. No, it's something that you rewrote. And there is, of course, screen. What they call it? Screen cutting or some. But that's okay. I don't really care about that because I know I'm running a whole bunch of other stuff as well, and it's running in a debugger. All inputs, and are you on the menu screen? Um, menu. Cannot start game. Some that he wrote. Yeah, that still works. That's about the only button that works. I might try it out soon. I feel like I'm getting left behind using ChatGPT. I really use AI in general, though. Oh man. Oh, everything that I do, I try to make it agentic. Everything. If I can't create an MCP server for it, that's another live stream. I'll go into it a little bit. So these two programs, Catalan Studio and Ranorex Studio, both of these are sort of like automation slash testing, sort of testing suites, right? So you can create test suites that can use that uses automation, right? If you have a GUI based program, you can create scripts to test if the buttons work, so on and so forth, right? So you can create an MCP server. Remember, an MCP server is just a way for an agent to be able to talk to an application, usually through an API layer. Not always, but usually. If your application offers a programmable interface, like a Python interface where you can create plugins, um, or a C or C++ interface where you can create plugins, or a scriptable interface where you can use Python to automate things, like in DaVinci Resolve or in Magic Vegas. You can create an MCP server through that. And this is assuming that the application doesn't have a headless layer, meaning that you can run it from the command line. Um, Both of these programs have programmable interfaces, and rightfully so, because these are test suites and you want to be able to automate your test suite creation. Both of them have headless modes. They both have scriptable interfaces, programmable interfaces, and interfaces. So I have an MCP server to connect to all of them. If one fails, or if one interface can't access a certain functionality of the application, uh, another aspect of it. So let's say my MCP server goes through like the RenderX Studios plugin system, right? It has most of the functionality of the program, but not all of it, right? We can then use kind of like the scriptable interface that may or may not have access to those features that we don't have through the plugin, and then we can use that as kind of like the fallback. Point is that now we can use an agent to automate our test creation. We can use our agent to automate our graphics. We can use an agent to automate our video creation. We can use an agent to automatically create our exams and quizzes and stuff on the fly, dynamically. Doesn't have to create a script first. We can use an agent to create real time graphics, motion graphics. We can use an agent. You all get the idea. Sky is the limit. Okay, let's see. Where are we at? All patches and blah, blah, blah. Please work. It does not work. All right. Hook fully restored. All right. So I'll detach from CE and reattach and see if that works. But well, we don't need to tell them that, because if it crashes, then we'll just restart it and reattach. Um, do we detach or do we just reattach? Oh, never mind. Uh, yes. Did you crash? She did not crash, and that did not work. Um, why the hell do we detach? Do we? Swarm launch in the background. Both are analyzing. Okay. Is that V3 patches were clearing bits 0 to 3, which are never present in AI output? We may have to drop the V3 patches altogether, because I don't see where we are hitting on any of those. All right. This may crash the game. It didn't. The MCP server is working, so I don't know. Let's see if it works. All right, we'll just restart the game. All right. Um, we are gonna need that. Okay. All right. Attach. And yes. All right, so we have to refresh the MCP connection. I gotta follow HIPAA and healthcare rules at work. Yeah, that is true. That is true, but it won't be long. It won't be long before it'll probably be Copilot in its shitty model. Because that's where most people are on that Office 365 or Microsoft 365 account. All right, so now we know our controller isn't um, messed up. So we'll have it go through its patches again, one by one. All right, to CE and reattach to MVC2. Apply one patch at a time to determine what is disabling the controller. All right. We'll go at Iceman. Um, and we'll go with Juggernaut this time and Capcom himself. CE isn't responding. Oh, yep, that's right. All right. Tables here. Yep, yep, yep. Probably don't need to do that. It picks up from last place, and it sure does. All right. All right. We are live. All right. Level one. All five. What did I just say? Okay. Controller still works. Uh-oh. Oh, no. The taunt still works. Add a little bit of volume. Just a smidge. Versus mode patches applied. Test your controller. Still works. If it still works, all eight patches. Test your controller. Whenever the problem, the early controller issue is likely to see input hook from the previous session. I don't know. I don't know. Uh-oh. The taunt stopped working. I don't, you know what? I don't think, yeah, the top button stopped working. Okay, so now we know. Okay. So so now the start button isn't working. I have a feeling that it was only the start button the entire time, since it's only the start button that can start the game. I'm currently at level 1 in game. Start button not working. Every other button is working just fine. You can test your hook again while we're in game. Both caves updating the memory. The CPU AI now has left and right direction bits stripped for CPU slots only. This will okay. Okay. Oh, it works. It works, but it stripped mine too. It's not just for the it's not just for the villain. It's for me too. See, I can't jump. I can't do any special moves or anything. Okay. I'm excited. We made it. We're making progress. Okay. Um, is it left and right? Hold on. Let me make sure. I can block. I can move left and right. I can't move up and down. You see how aggressive this computer is now? Okay. I can move left and right, but I cannot move up and down. So we're making progress. Uh, CPU, I don't know yet. I don't know if it's hyper aggro or has left, right, or up, down disabled. Stand by. I love telling my bot to stand by. I am gonna die. No, she's doing so that yeah, she's doing special moves. Cammy is doing special moves that requires left right. So I assume the mod only only affected me. We're getting there though. It only took us 3 hours. Scientific research is so long and tedious, but it's worth it. All right, back to the game. I can beat Cammy with Juggernaut because it's Juggernaut. I can't block. I can block because I can go back. Oh, now I can go up and down. Okay. She always does that. She always done that. Does that move? Okay. Well, that's odd. Our master only affects CPU slots at the BTK. Let me test up down. Okay. Yeah, up down and left, right restored on our end. Just finished level one, heading into level two. All right, let's find out if they can move left, right. He can move back. He can move up. He can move left. So that answers that. All right, so Mega Man. All directions. Not aggressive. Is at the appropriate level to level of aggression. Two S's. Why are you running from me? Come here. Did you turn it off? Can he not do anything? Oh, I was about to say. All right, so the start button isn't working again. What? Level 3? Yeah. And I lost my up down again. Regain my start. All right, so I get regain my start. Let me see if the same is working for Wolverine. Nope, he can move left and right. And move in all directions. I the agent is back and confirms Gidra's findings. Key synthesis for both tools. Guard section only fires as a fire fallback. Okay. The bit CPU bit mask is inverted. From what you assume, bit set equals human. Has controller bit clear. Okay. You should have full movement, and the CPU Wolverine should stop blocking. Okay. Oh, he can't. I don't know if it's. No, he could block. I just saw him block. Yeah. Nope. CPU. I have full movement. Can still block. What stage is this? Stage 3? Stage 4. All right, let's see. We'll see if Hayato can move left to right. He can move left. He can move left and right and up and down. All right. Human has full movement. Yeah, CPU still blocks means we're not hitting the right bits. Okay. Where you going? Yeah. All right. So level 4, I have full movement. Um, Hayato also has full movement and can block. Let me just templatize this kind of, sort of. We're on this line of research, and I'll wait for it get done compacting, and then we'll continue. All right, let's see. Back to the notebook LM skill. What tool library for fetching YouTube metadata? Uh, YouTube DLP. I forgot about that portion. All right, so one is going to be YouTube DLP. For transcript specifically, do you want auto-generated captions as fallback when main captions aren't available? Yes. Only English. See, these things I didn't even think about, but are crucial. Is it done? Nope, still compacting. Where are we at? 71? We're still at 70? All right. Maybe I should just have it decompile like all the other libraries. From your paths, it looks like one JSON plus one per search query containing all 10 videos confirm it's the intent versus one file per video. From your path, it looks like one JSON plus one MD file per search query. No. Well, well, yeah, because we're gonna have each project is gonna have its own folder. So we're not gonna do like a mix of different types of videos. Okay. Um, yes. One JSON plus one markdown for every video. This won't be a problem because I will uh, uh, because I don't need to explain that for every video. So 20 video URLs will produce um, 40 files, 20 JSON, 20 Markdown. Should the JSON structure be flat, array of video objects, or nested with search metadata, query use, day search? Uh, nested with search metadata, so query use, date search, result count. Um, I want to go with the latter. or nested with search metadata. I see. I understand what it's asking. Um, let's go with nested with metadata, search metadata, because we are well. It's going to be an agent, so it doesn't really matter if it's well formed or not. If we was using it deterministic solution like an application, which we probably should. So the question is, when we retrieve the information from the JSON and or Markdown file, do we want the agent to do it or do we want a program to do it? Well, um, you can have a program as a tool to fetch that data for you to save on context, especially like very long videos. But then again, if it's going to use grep, if it's going to use grep anyways on the parameter, the JSON parameter. We'll keep it agent side for now. And even though I know that's lazy, we should just create a tool for it. Um, even though the agent is going to use grep to retrieve it, it would just be better to use kind of like a JSON parser and then just fetch it. Um, we'll probably implement that in the future. Next one, Notebook LM Markdown. Notebook LM doesn't have a public API. Is the path to Notebook LM. Uh, so we're going going to be using Notebook LM Pi. Specifically the CLI commands to control Playwright, or at least that's how I how I think it works. I could be completely wrong. I don't think I am, but it could be wrong. Um, should this Claude Code skill, like your others in the skill list, a standalone Python script or both? A Claude Code skill. Yeah. Uh, yes. This will be a a skill that will use other apps slash scripts. Like was it YouTube DLP? YTDLP. Okay. When chaining from web search, should the skill itself do the search YouTube and pick best 18 logic, or does that happen upstream and YouTube Scouts just receive URLs? By upstream, I'm assuming is talking about the agent determining. Yes, the agent determine um, the search query either by using, well, that doesn't really matter. Query and number of results, or yeah, number of items to no, well, yeah, yeah, because YouTube Scout will just fetch it. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter the number it does it. It just does the fetching. Um, and the number of sent to YouTube Scout. I know there's an aspect of that I'm missing, but I can't put my finger on it. How to handle private age restricted videos, videos with no transcript available. Ooh. Um, skip private. Uh, get metadata from age restricted if you can. Um, videos where there's no transcript or generate it. What are we gonna do with those? I don't think. Well, I may download the video and transcript them manually. I may do that. We can say uh, just create um, enter. I don't know. No transcript available in the field where the transcript would have been. And what was the last part? Live streams. Same for live streams or generated. Skip and note and output or fail in batch. Yeah. Then move on with the with the processing. Do not fail. Do not fail entire batch. This batch could have been like just a set of metadata for that one video. And lastly, what Python version package management are you using? Any existing virtual environments or dependency management for this project? Um, what version of Python are we using? What is it? Python dash dash version. Oh, the old version. I know I have 3.11 and 3.12 as well. But 3.10 is fine as long as DLP works in 3.10. I don't see why I wouldn't. Wrong project. 3.10.11. No project files have been set up in YouTube Scout skill as of yet. Notebook LM um, will be worked on at another time because we want to get this done first. Okay. All right. What are we doing here? Why are we back to Binary Ninja? This is pissing me off. Okay. Um, I'm gonna put this in here. This may be out of date. I think the key issue is that arcade mode used a different code path than we patch. What other version is there? All right. No, we know we're close because you got my side right. That's it? You got hit directly from Juggernaut. That's all the power you lost? I might die here. That's so dumb, the way that it just stays on the screen like that. Stage 5. All right, so let's see. The game tick function is null for MVC2, so the copy from var never happens. The entire slot system is dead for MVC2. That's partially my fault because I should have checked with the bot because the bot doesn't actually know what it's doing. It's just guessing. It's making very good guesses, but you know, I could have sworn I deleted every other game before we got. That was the very first hack that we did, right? So get rid of every other game in the collection except for MVC2. And even if you select another game, it automatically routes to MVC2 to prevent this very thing from happening. But it may have just put some redirect code in there instead of just deleting all the other games, which gives the same effect, but it you still have that variance of the bot, editing other games that you're not actually using. Really? How do I do the oh, these controls? All right, so the start button still works. This dude did not just taunt me. Of course, I'm running out of space. Oh, oh, of course, I did that at the wrong time. I guess I'm gonna turn off binary ninja for it to stop defaulting into that. That's a it back to back taunted me. I have never seen that from the CPU ever. I have never seen a CPU back to back taunt. Maybe it is working. I'm doing the Magic series wrong. I have seen the CPU taunt, but not back to back taunt. How dare you? Finally got it. Oh, now you wanna hold on, let me find out. Let me see. Let's see if we can debug in both places at once. We'll figure it out right here. Yeah. Process is already being debugged. You cannot. Did you want me to drop CE x64 instead? Instead of chasing through dispatch tables, let me use x64 to set a breakpoint and API on the AI brain function. All right, so we'll definitely end up dropping CE. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Surprised it doesn't crash, but whatever. All right. X64 it is. And at this point, yeah, I just think it's better. Yeah, 64, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Entire V3. Yeah. I knew it was because we haven't really done anything with V3 except for like the sprite decoding. Let me set a breakpoint. Okay. Of course, we're compacting right now. Of course. And now we're frozen because we're hitting a breakpoint. And it should say log redirection stopped. Did we hit a breakpoint? It doesn't say AI brain character, blah, blah, blah. And that breakpoints. I think it did. That's what this red means. I'm rusty. All right, I'll just wait for it to catch up. Game could be having an exception, and the game may need to exit. As far as Binary Ninja, we're gonna close you because I already told it to default to IDA and Gitra, and you're still going to. And I understand that we've been through a few context windows. Um, I think we're up to like 6. I get it, but no, I'm just gonna take the choice away. And there's no headless mode in by Ninja Personal, so you have no choice. And there's no need for us to keep it running. Okay. All right, let's see what we got here in our skill. Yep. Is it installed yet? Before I start building a skill, a few things to consider or confirm. Starting a system, shall I install it? Yes, or you should have. Skill, file, structure. You know what? This YT DLP. Yeah, we're going to do that. What does DLP stands for? Okay. I assume it's not coming in a binary. Maybe it is. Let's see. It does actually. That's ARM. That's x86. What is the difference? There are 64-bit versions, 86. Okay. I'm assuming this is the one I need. Okay. And let me put you on over here. And let me just check, check, check. We're still live? Okay, we're still live. Okay. Yeah, I accidentally kicked out my Ethernet cord. All right, bear with me. Sorry about that, casual economist. Give me 1 second. Screen one. Okay, we're back. All right. Yeah, my USB cord, a USB, my Ethernet cable got disconnected. Um, where was I? X64. We'll just reconnect here. Okay. Really? All right. The fast resume breakpoint is firing so rapidly it's saturating. Let me pause the game. All right, I'll pause the game. All right, let's see. All right, so as far as this program here, okay. We'll call this YouTube DLP. And yeah, I'm actually running out of space on my path, which I didn't think would ever happen in my lifetime. Uh-huh. All right, so now that is should be. Yep. Okay. So now we're good with that. All right, so number one, YTDLP is installed and in the path. Now, it won't be able to use it from this current session because I just put in the path. Um, you won't be able to uh, call it without using the full path because I just installed it, but it is located here. Okay, skill structure, basically other skills. Goes Claude skill, um, but your YouTube Scout director is already at the project root. Yep. Should the skill definition live at? Um, yeah. Claude skills, YouTube skill, or somewhere else. Yes. At the project level, when we're finished, I will manually place it in the global dot Claude big. All right. 3, Python script versus pure Python wrapper script that calls programmatically via handles JSON MD generation, B skill and structure agent to call. Yeah, let's do it directly. It'll save. Um, it'll save on context. Tokens. Yeah, have the bot create the script versus because those transcripts, especially like extremely long videos, it'll you know eat your context up. Output file naming. You said this per video files. Should the name be based on the video title, sanitize, or video ID, or both? I did say per video. If we were just to do one JSON and one Markdown, that would be fine, based on a search query. But we can't have 10 of the same. Okay. Um, yeah, based on video title. Or both. Um, yeah, you know what? Because there could be multiple videos with the same title. Stop it. Controller. Nope, I don't. Controller slipped out of my hand. Let me place you on over here. Based on video, uh, both, both video title underscore video ID. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. Could you manually press F2 pause? Okay. Then check the log tab to see what's captured. Uh-huh. That's a lot. Look for AI brain entries. All right, let's see. So here, can we sort? We can sort, but I don't know how to do that. And I don't really care to. Let's see. I think we're cleared after this, just to get us a clean log. Uh-huh. Whoops. What'd you do that for? Okay. You didn't take. Let's try that again. Okay. All right. Delete the breakpoint. Right clicking and breakpoints and remove. All right, so let's clear the log breakpoints. So the AI brain one. All right. And I don't mind doing this because you should know how to at least maneuver around in this app. I'm rusty as hell, but still good to refreshing up on it. I could take a different approach. All right, x64 is paused. You have the calm. I do love saying that. I never had a problem with the agent kind of going on its own when I say it like that, unless it has to stop. Um, like for this purposes, it couldn't debug or it couldn't pause the debugging for whatever reason. So it wanted me to do it manually, which is fine. Brain is only called for slot 0. CPU never touches it. Uh, the V3 patches are dead code. Let me clear. And I know it made this discovery already, but we did clear the context window or compact, but that's okay. I don't mind it because we better not still be on 70. We're on 71. And the reason why, you know what? You know what? Let's create another project. Not create another project. We're just gonna have Ida and Gitra decompile the rest of the assembler the rest of the DLLs, the binaries in the game. I hate doing things just to eat up context, but it's got to get done. This I don't like at all. This I don't like. Let's clean this. God, it is creating files. Mm, we don't need to touch this. Everything in here. That's fine. But everything in here has to be disassembled. Okay. So, uh, actually, we're going to start from here. And we're going to CD into here. Then we're going to do that. Even, even, even the binaries that may be auxiliary or have something to do with DX, I want to decompile those too, just in case. Just in case, if Capcom decides to hide something in there, we just make sure. And then plus we can use it for other projects in the future. Um, what binaries haven't been decompiled as of yet? Let me check the game state to see what's happening. The CPU flag isn't set in arcade mode. Uh-huh. It's working. I am tempted to clean. I'm just tempted to clean this folder out already. This one, this is a mess. This everything in this folder, Claude Code created. Everything from extracted. Well, not this folder. These are backup copies of these game files. These are actual game engine files. And you always want to make backups anyways. And then we have our patches. And we're currently working on the AI nightmare mode. Um, the Enigma is a protection scheme. This is from IDA. See all this? This is generated from IDA. Just insane. But then again, why am I seeing Geetra files in here? Oh, probably because I don't have them separated by uh the compiler, which is fine, but in the future, just something to note. PyCache is for Python programs, and of course, our chat windows. 8.5 megs of chat window text, only text. And our sprite viewers with our uh, third party, not third party, but this is our program that we use to view sprites. I think I showed you all this when we first started. Yeah, took forever to get these damn sprites running, but again, we only have to do it once. Um, why'd you go in there? Whatever, I don't care. Uh, CCG files, and then more decompiled files here. I want to say this is from this binary. No, actually, I don't even know. I don't know. That's better. Difficulty. I'll leave it alone. But when we get done debugging or working, then it's going. We're organizing it. Let's see where we're at. Okay, he's doing tracing. Yep. Did he add any breakpoints? No, he deleted the other one. I deleted one. He deleted the hardware breakpoint. Any logs? Okay. So while that's working, coverage gap on the main XE has 45,000 functions, but only 1,000 named and roughly decompiled into JSONs. Decompiled errors cover in the main XE. You know what? Yeah, let's fix this now. Uh, so not research, and it better not be any binary files in here whatsoever. These are decompiled. These are decompilation files. The JSON files kind of like lay out the functions and the address spaces, but not the actual code. But then again, if it's 13 megs in here, what is taking up all the space? R2 functions. What did you dig up? What did you dig up here? Oh, we need JSON beautifier. Do I still have my JSON editor in here? I do. Let's see if we can open up a 7 meg file. Go away. It's struggling. I may have to kill the stream early because I'm running out of I'm running out of page hard drive space for the memory page because we got so many things going on in the RAM. Um. Okay. All right. And tools, JSON. Don't care if it's well. I do care, but I'm gonna assume that it's well formed. I just need like the beautifier. I know you're here, hiding. Um. No. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? No. Man. Come on. Where are you? Can we do this? Okay. It's somewhere hiding here. Mm, all right. Whatever. Suppose I can have it has 46,000 functions, but only 1,200 named and roughly. All right, let's use major areas still untouched and then input handling, controller mapping, network online, memory management. Ugh. I wanted to say like create a swarm of 10. We don't even need to. We just need sub agents because we don't need to report back, or do we? Um, Decompiled areas. Yeah, we did this stuff already. Okay. Launch. Where are you at? All right, I can see the state transition function, action. Uh-huh. And the entity is RCX. The function dispatches through the net. Need to get into the active gameplay to identify CPU. Start an arcade mode fight. Resume the game if needed. Press 9. But let me do it when you're in active combat. Tell me so I can pause and read the empty data. Okay. So he unpaused, right? Yeah, he did unpause. Okay, cool. All right, resuming gameplay now. I did say, but actually no. Let me just restart because the boss doesn't block, so that's not going to help us very much. Of course, I can't press up and down. All right. Of course. Oh, my timer ran out. I forgot it does that. That confirms a critical finding. The CPU entity doesn't have a slot at all. It never enters the AI brain system. This means the entire code cave on AI approach is fundamentally wrong. The CPU's blocking behavior lives somewhere else entirely. Revert the V3 patches and find a completely different interception point. Um, Restore the V3 patches now, then hunt for where. Okay. Then hunt. Yeah, one and then two. This is where the power of documentation, because I know that he's already made this discovery before. Um, and I'm still working on the harness or the pipeline to kind of like give like an in-depth sort of timeline, but summarize. So uh tracing through everything that we've done in every single topic. This way we don't have like this repeating. Because regardless, even though like if you compact the conversation, you go through enough conversation windows, like the bot is going to lose its way. The XC is logged because x86 has the CAN process open. Let me detach the debugger first. Okay, I'll let you do it. Meanwhile, input handling, network online code, beyond stage render. Okay, launch swarm of 3 to IDA. Actually, no. Yeah, well. All 3 Ghidra, because I want to use IDA for um, decompilation while we debug. All 3 Ghidra. All 3 Ghidra on DX11 11 rendering. So I just have a feeling that there's some goodies in uh, the rendering backend. Feel like that may be the key. Honestly, all 45,000 should be decompiled already because we've been at this for a week. Um, De Novo, where did that come from? Uh, Not binary per se. Binary is not decompiled at all. So this is in the CCG file folder, which means that this was either this is definitely extracted um, from Opus 46. That's interesting. This is interesting. Um, this is the program that Opus created. Don't care about this, and this is irrelevant. This is relating to Steam. This is interesting because the reason why this is interesting is because if there's a de novo, it could. It could. I don't know if we are in the midst of a booby trap because we did figure out like the sprite um scrambling, but just on the paranoid side of me, it could be like, well, in the AI portion, we could be chasing our tail because um of some booby trap that we're currently stuck in. But we'll see. We'll see. I have not faced de novo so far. Only Enigma. and that was only like low key for like the uh to prevent like debugging, which is easily defeated. But an archive, possibly shader, essay related. This is also interesting, but more on those later. Rendering back in split total number of functions in this domain into three and split. I know I'm kind of doing redundant talk. All three pages, but I just want to make sure to get it right. Okay. Probably should have used sub agents, but that's okay. I'm not really worried about that. The extra to command stop time. Now you may need to reconnect. Okay. Let's see. Did we hang? We did not hang. All right, try again. It's still locked. Game process is running with the follow, but you need to close the game completely. Okay. All righty. Game is closed. What are you patching? Now for step two, hunting. Launch the game at x64. Okay. All right. Uh, references here and then here. No. I'm gonna let you set the hardware breakpoint and all the other stuff. Attach. All right. Game started and attached to x64. You handle the rest. Trying to get lazy on me. Oh no, I don't want to go Japanese version. I may have to restore the original if this doesn't work. Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. Where's Strawn? And of course, Iceman. Things simple. There you go. He paused it. Like, wait a minute. Pause. Okay. I know that this is probably terrible to watch, but like the scientific research stuff, I could do this all day. Not because it's MVC2, but regardless, because seeing what works, what doesn't work, the paths that you take, and stuff like that. It's all fascinating to me. It's even better that I don't have to roll my sleeves up. Um, I need to find a DX11 rendering functions. Let me search for Xbrowse. Okay, that's fine. Hasn't gotten to. Well, how do you know? Well, you probably looked at it. Probably looked at the documentation. Okay, there we go. Yep, that's what we want to see. That's one agent, one Ghidra agent, and again, Ghidra is you don't see Ghidra on the taskbar because we're running it in headless mode. Ida and Ghidra are running a headless mode. Um, MCP servers are a last resort. If you can run headless or CLI version, use that. This way you don't have to. It doesn't take up context unless it's being used. All right. Let me set the hardware right breakpoint on the CPU's entity action state. It may crash. Okay. Okay. Don't resume and then pause. Jump in that zero, move by just yeah. Found the action state writer, unknown register, unknown DL. Oh, he was hallucinating because RCX or RDI or was it RIP? I forgot what he said that there's a lower bytes in the RIP or the RDI register. I don't think there's the RDL register. There's an AL, which is the lower 8 bytes, and I just saw that right here. It's been a long time since I've seen that register. All right, while that's working, all three Keecher agents are launched and running. Why? Okay, I see them. I see them. Okay, it's controlling the game itself because you hear it. He's resuming and pausing. Good. Good, good, good. Let the agent take over. Thinking with high effort. I always want you to be in high effort. Yep. You resumed and paused. And we only this entire time we only use like 2%. That's crazy. Can I block? So what he's doing is he's getting kind of like a snapshot every time he runs and pauses. He runs, run, and then pause, snapshot, run, pause, snapshot, so on and so forth. But we'll see where this goes. Let's see how good he is at doing diffing on the fly, especially when I'm not doing anything. But it doesn't. I guess it doesn't really matter because he's not testing what I'm doing. He's testing what the CPU is doing, which is fine. Let me take a smarter approach. Okay. And then our other three agents are, let's see, all output goes to CCG files decompiled. I'll be notified when each completes. Do you want me to check progress anytime? No, we'll just let that run. We'll let all of those run. Let those cook. I'm tempted to start up another terminal and then go do another three feature, but I just know I'm gonna run out of memory. I'm running out of uh what they call it, page memory, where it stores like your tries to store your memory on your hard drive and retrieves it when it's necessary, only when it's necessary. I'm running out of hard drive space for that. Yeah. So I'll need to restart my computer and end the stream. Or end the stream and then restart the computer. We're at the action rights instruction with condition DL and 234. So that's the lower 8 bytes. So yeah, that makes sense because you have, let's say we have REX, oh no, RAX, right? The you have like your EAX higher and EAX lower. And then when you're 32, let me see if I remember this correctly. Um, damn, what was the 16 bits? Was it EX or AX? I was committed to staying. No, I'm not leaving, but I just know what's going to happen eventually. I mean, I have until 10 o'clock. Request failed. Please don't tell me you're timing out. Let me check if the breakpoint was fired. Let's see what breakpoints we got here. Just one break if DL is greater than or equal to 2, and if DL is less than or equal to 4, and if RCX equals that. I have no idea what that does. Game is running freely. The CPU may not have blocked yet, or the guard might use different action IDs. Well, you're not giving me a chance. Are you actively attacking? No, I'm not. Um, did you? No. Uh, I can't play as long as you have debugging paused. Maybe you can do like a live read. Actually, no. Let me play, and hopefully the breakpoint hits. But no, I'm not going anywhere. Mhm. One is done. 200 functions decompiled into Gitra device layer. Init chain. Doesn't look like anything special with that one. 1.37 megs. Agent device, swap chain display. All output goes to 60G files decompiled. Um, yeah. Uh, let's place these DX. What was it DX11 rendering? Oh, let me see. I missed it. Where are you? Rendering backend. Let's place the DX11 render backend binaries or decompiled binaries in and the ccg.files backslash decompiled. I have to spell these right. And then we'll say DX11. Okay, that got done. Rendering folder. Similarly, um, we need to organize. No, um, let's place decompiled files appropriately, and the again, this will be ccg.files backslash decompiled backslash domain subdomain if necessary. Um, yeah, split by decompiler disassembler as well. IDA Pro, Ketra, etc. Okay, you're awfully quiet over here. What are we doing? Let me try to initiate it myself. Did we crash? So there's no breakpoint, and we're not paused. Let me detach. And we are crashed. Yep. Okay. I kind of figured that happens. Um, this happens when he does hardware breakpoints. I hate hardware breakpoints because they almost always result in a crash. I think WinBag will probably be better. WinDBG. All right, let's go again. Okay, and then we'll attach. All right. I don't know why it keeps defaulting to the Japanese version. We'll have to take a look at that. All right, so just to make sure, we'll just reconnect with the MCP server. Pick my team. How are you missing throwing? There we go. There. Okay. Okay. Did we hit a break point or let's see? Let me verify CD. Blah blah blah. Confirmed on the CPU setting hardware right breakpoint. Oh, here we go. Right condition. That's fine. I don't mind resetting the game 2,000 times. I don't mind that. As long as we're making progress and it's not like, well, I can't read the memory if the game is in a crash state. Well, hey, let me try a different approach. Instead of a hardware breakpoint, let's try a software breakpoint. Oh, no shit. And the game probably crashed again, right? So if we were to detach, and yeah, we are crashed again. Okay. All right. Go again. And we're up and we're going to attach. Get those reps in. And we're back. Hardware breakpoints causes game to crash when they're hit. So yeah, software. Oh, not unless you can read the memory of the game when it's in its crashed state from the hardware breakpoint. It may even try. I don't know why I let the witness like that. Even though I know that the answer is most likely no, I gave it an out. Bad debugging on my part. Good to know. Hardware probably Enigma's protection. Yep, probably. Software breakpoints only from here on out. Okay. Um, we'll get back to Enigma because I thought we got rid of that, but that's okay. That may be something that we can explore or we should explore because I thought we already had that beat, but we may be the original state of the game. What are you doing? Debug run tested. Debug run executed. Okay. Up. Hold on. Because are we hitting a breakpoint? We're not hitting a breakpoint, so why are we stopping? What is this? Is he resuming? I don't see where he's. Hold on, let me look at the logs. Okay, so we are hitting a breakpoint. Okay. Okay, so we are hitting a breakpoint and he is hitting run. Okay, gotcha. Because I was wondering, like, hold on, wait a minute now. Yeah, I don't mind it. At least I'm hoping because we're hitting breakpoints and he's resuming. See the state that we need to be in. The guard init handler fired. Maybe it did. I don't know. All right. Now it thinks it found the guard action. We'll find out. Well, I'm not blocking. Venom may be blocking. He was blocking. I was not blocking. He was. It's close. It's like it's like it's getting close. It's not there yet because when it disabled the left right not left right up and down, like it got it for the wrong person. CPU entering guard state confirmed. Okay, I'm gonna let you cook, but I'm gonna tell you afterwards that you got it wrong, and then you can flip it to whatever other entity there was in memory, and then you can get it right. We're paused. Yeah. And we can't move because we're paused. All right, where are we at here? 613. Yep, DX11 rendering Geetra, which is exactly what we want. And just to double check on that, we're gonna go. Hopefully, is in this CCG files folder, maybe. And it's not. That's okay because we're gonna combine them later on, anyways. So references here, CCG files, and then here, and then DX11, and then rendering. Okay, this is what we want. Good, good, good. And since we use Geetra, good. Okay. All right. Any more DX11 functions need compiling? Hmm. Step out executed. Okay, so you're stepping through code now. Let me get deeper in the call stack context, looking for a state transition caller. Function prologue. I think I want IDA a part of this as well. Uh, CPU entity entering guard state confirmed. This is wrong. Or maybe, I think here, yeah, definitely here is when Venom looked like it was doing something. I don't know if it was going to guard, but this is wrong. This is when I was blocking. So it's right that somebody was in a guard state. It's just the wrong person. You gonna unpause the game or no? Um, 56 registrar stubs. Add a scan word and decompile. These are all small type registration functions. Uh, that just set up vtable pointers. The agents correctly skipped them. Since they found the vtables directly and decompiled the actual method implementation said. Um, yep, make it Geetra. Let's knock those on out. And we'll rename this. We'll call this MVC decomp. Uh, over here. My control almost fell off the table again. DX11. Tempted to start another one. I do. Hold on, what is this? Files organized, zero orphans. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Because that's yeah. Even if the ordering is incorrect, it's still ordered somehow, so it's fine. I am interested in this, even though it's only 8 kilobytes. I need to. We need to resolve this. It's like an itch in the back of the brain. Because that tells me that they're using Denuvo um and Enigma. Actually, yeah, we'll do that. We'll CD. Let's go back a couple references, and then CD one more back. Okay, and then we'll rename this to MVC2 decomp Enigma. Okay. Uh, how'd you get 0%? That's okay. That's fine. Because we're going to be running this in headless mode anyways. That's okay. Even though I'm certain that there is, and there is there anything on it? What's on here? Okay. Maybe this is just lagging. Make sure it's the right folder. Let me try that again. Because it shouldn't say 0%. Because normally, there you go. There you go. It's not perfect, guys, but that is never good when your coding session is off to false information. I don't know why I just did that. That's never done. It's never done that before, but whatever. Okay, so I thought we defeated Enigma protection before, but I suspect that it could be preventing us from creating hardware. I know I spelled it wrong. That's okay. Hardware breakpoints, crashing, uh, game crashes every time hardware breakpoint is hit. Also, another thing that's annoying me is the uh let's see, raw binary file file um my agent says it's related to de novo. How do I spell this? Den. Want to decompile that as well, along with anything it's pointing to. While channel is going to jump to like number one of my YouTube is coming back with this long story. Oh yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. And even if we have to restart the computer, which I probably will, we'll definitely be back. If only thing if it's just tonight. 'Cause I still have to work. Um, but we'll definitely be running this in the background. Opus 46 will not be taking a break today. Okay, where are we at? Launch targeting all 14. Okay, cool. Where are you at? Both patches verify the original state. Close the game and I'll apply the patches. All right, let's see what you find. It's going to be wrong, but you're getting closer. Call chain for CPU guard per frame action handler per character function decides intercept stage position. Let me now verify. Okay. All right, let's detach. And then we'll close this out. And the reason why, okay, that's weird. Okay. All right. Game is closed. And again, we have our original already backed up. So now we're on version 4 of our AI patch. The great thing is we can find out, like, compare like the different versions compared to our conversation windows, and then say like, all right, what's the timeline? What did we try? Where did we failed? Um, well, we're failing a lot right now, but that's okay. We're gonna fail our way to success. Um, so on and so forth. Okay, patches apply. Launch the game in arcade mode and attack the CPU. Okay. Here, references here, and then here. And then we'll attach because we don't have any breakpoints, do we? We don't. All right, attach. The Japanese version being default is annoying me, but it's not that big of a deal because that's an easy fix. Who's next? Let's go with Mega Man this time. Let's see if the patch works. Nope, he can still block. Okay. Let's see. It's not Denuvo, it's the SCY version of the XC, which is Enigma's protector hidden import redirection table. It contains 18 DLLs with 271 standard Windows API imports, completely benign data. Let me investigate. Now I have a full picture. Let me clearly. It's a raw dump of okay. It imports. Yep. Nothing to decompile it. Just data structure. All right. Hardware breakpoint crashes. Let me look at the anti-debug mechanism in Enigma. Uh, you see how it's going for binary ninja again. Okay. Found the smoking gun. The Enigma runtime has classic anti-debug mechanisms. Get thread counts. Set current thread count. Detects debugger via process debug ports. Why are we not using IDA? Complete picture. Um, before before you before you cook, uh, double double check with IDA and use IDA as a first option from now on. Too many cooks. Okay. Did you tell me something before that? As but CPU still blocks. Let me set a breakpoint on the cave to verify it's being hit. All right. Okay. We got a breakpoint. Never fires despite constant system breaks. Let me reevaluate. Let me. I just uh, unpaused the game and a breakpoint was hit. Let me double check that to make sure. Log redirection stopped. Check the log. I wish it was time stamped. Breakpoint at here. Okay. My problem is that we don't know if why would it pause? Um, well, if it paused, it was on a breakpoint, but it would say breakpoint hit here. Let's see. Is that right? No, that's not right. Continue, just to make sure. Because if it hits once on that, it'll do it twice, and then I'll know. Matter of fact, let me clear the log. Keep the breakpoints intact. Um, Continuing to play, waiting to hit breakpoint. So the breakpoint is not getting hit on when they block. And again, maybe it's the bot that's pausing it instead of waiting to hit breakpoint. That's fine. Says breakpoint set on guardian handler. No, it's not. Well, he's not guarding. Then again, this is level one. All right. And no breakpoint hit. All right, let's see what we hit. I don't completely neglect it. Here's what's tested and built, scripts. Yep. Single video. Yep. Let me look at this real quick. Huh. Skills. YouTube Scout. Okay. 4.5 megs. Oh, 4.5 kilobytes. Okay. YouTube metadata and traversal. You building the unstoppable cheat bot? Yes, but that's only one thing I want to do. I want to completely dismantle a game to where we can do whatever we want with it. The AI being aggressive is just one thing. I want to be able to launch multiple assists at once. I want to give characters new moves. I want to be able to edit old moves. I want to be able to uh, adjust things, right? Be able to do whatever we want in this game. Be able to add features, all of that stuff, all of it, all of it, all of it. I thought honestly, I didn't think Opus 46 was going to figure out the sprite issue, the sprite scrambling issue. But after having 10 agents scour the internet for background information on it, it eventually got there after about 20 hours. But this, I mean, we could do the same thing. We haven't kicked off any sort of research agents yet, but we probably will. Okay, so God mode, yes. I would casual economist. I would love to take characters out of CVS2 and put them in the MVC2 and vice versa. Um, yeah, I would love that. Now, of course, a lot of things will have to happen in terms of compatibility and everything, but absolutely. Like GTA 5 is gonna live forever. The Halo games are gonna live forever. Like its fan base is not gonna let those games die. I want to do for MVC2 and CBS2 what they have done for those games. And just as a side, people think GTA 6 is going to be like the greatest game ever. I'm not giving my hopes. I'm not even really in a GTA like that, but it's like I would not be surprised if it's a disappointment. With all these delays and everything, I would not be surprised. Um, hopefully it's not though. Root calls 40 calls to NT set information thread across 13 function in the Enigma runtime. IDA headless decompiled all 45 anti-debug functions. Fixes Silahide plugin for X DBG, recommended for debug sessions. Permanent patch, change all. We have Silahide. Hold on. Scylla is already here. Is that it? It's one of these. I don't think it registers as a plugin anymore. Yeah, that didn't show up. Where are you? Mm, no, none of these. That's exception handling. Of course, I can't find it now. Patches, comments. There it is. So Scylla attack attach an active process. Um, let me find out because we'll figure out if this is gonna well make it break hardware breakpoints, which I forgot what they even were because I'm just out of practice. Um, it could be um where something's happening with the hard drive or something, but then that doesn't really help us. Uh, so Scylla Hide isn't a plugin anymore in x64 DPG. It's a part of the code base. Now I'll add an image there. Um, is this what you were referring to? Gotcha. So like adding KS and BGS to MVC2 should be possible. So we already have the Mugen 2D fighting game engine, right? I guess what you're asking, yeah, that would be nice if we could instead of using the Mugen fighting engine to create characters on top of, we can use the Naomi fighting game engine to build characters on top of. That would be awesome because then we wouldn't have to actually well, well, well. Here's my problem uh with that. The way that sprites are stored on the Naomi architecture, it's not sprite sheets. It's more like sprite kibbles and bits that are uh composed in runtime because like I said before, Naomi only has 16 megabytes of RAM. And as limited as Mugen is in terms of resolution of backgrounds and characters, you can still use complete sprite sheets because one, it runs on Windows or operating system itself, and it doesn't have the limitations of like the architecture. But here with the Naomi ROM, and I don't think, well, the way that it was explained to me from Claude is that the Naomi ROM, the original arcade ROM for the Naomi architecture, which the Dreamcast is based on, it's used as data for the PC application. So the game itself or the executable is a wrapper, not necessarily an emulator. Not necessarily. I can understand the confusion, but not an emulator. An emulator, but not an emulator. The game, the actual ROM, the game is used as a data set. I know it's confusing, but yeah. I don't know if running it on top of Naomi architecture would be superior to the Mugen game engine. It would probably be better to just, I mean, there is Ikemen, Ikeman, which is completely open source. It would probably be better in terms of efficiency to just modify Ikemen or reverse engineer Mugen instead of reverse engineer Naomi. But I gotta find out. Gotta find out. But I'm gonna do it anyways because I just want to make mods to the game, to the original game. Even though building in a whole set would be whole game set would be awesome. Now something I forgot what game engine that King of the Fighters 12 is built on, but I know it's vastly superior than Naomi. But that's the SNK architecture, um, which we'll get to that. That'll probably be next. I don't know how long this game was going to take, but that'll be next. It'll be. I definitely want to use like do like some background swapping because some of the backgrounds in MVC2 are kind of annoying. Okay, so no, that's Scylla, the IAT reconstruction dumper tool, different thing entirely. Scylla Hide was the anti debug plugin. Okay, if it's now built in the x64 code base, it should be an x64 settings option somewhere to look for. Okay, options settings. I don't think so. Okay, so um check your x64. Does it have any anti-debug options built in? If not, we should just write the permanent patch script. Um, yeah, let's do this. We'll create another version because it's just gonna be the XC that it's writing to, right? Only going to be writing to the XC. And if so, then we can, where would those go? Patches? All right, so we'll just say we'll call this original. We'll call this original Enigma defeated, right? And then we'll place that in here. Yes, O and XC. Okay. Um, yes, apply the patches and place exe in this folder. But yeah, if it'd be really awesome, casual economist, if we can we can do this, but I haven't done it yet. But the entire tool chain to create Mugen characters and backgrounds and moves and AIs and move sets and the hit sparks and everything, if we can pipeline all of that and have the agent do it. So then the agent can create characters by itself without us at all. Will be perfect, but if in the end it can give us a yay or a nay. And if we give it a nay, then it, generate something else. Or change this, change that, whatever. I do have AE Sprite. That may be something I'll work on today. Now let's creating an MCP server for AE Sprite, which is a 2D pixel uh, composition program. Okay, where are we at? Okay, so those got done. All following the MT framework pattern is now fully covered. Okay, what's next? All right, where are you at? It's fine today. The guard firing with the CPU confirms. Are we paused? We're not paused. So what are we? Okay. The guard never firing for the CPU confirms the V4 cave is working. It's changing guard actions to idle. What? But the CPU still blocks through a second mechanism in the collision hit detection code that doesn't involve action state transition. Can you pause the game? Yep. F12 and Xdebug. Is that the same thing? I don't know. Okay, it is pause. While the CPU is visibly blocking. Oh, that's gonna be tough. Uh, I want to check if the CPU acts. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Won't be easy, but we can do that. Okay, so let me move it over here and try to catch them while they're blocking, and then pause the debugger. Actually, yeah, I want y'all to see this. See that? It's okay. It can be done. And the start button doesn't pause because it's the arcade version. Pause. Pause. Block. Okay, we got it that time. Sheesh. Okay. Game paused. Debug paused. CPU is blocking. Network online. Don't care. Audio engine. MT framework core. Yeah, let's do that. Full CS CRC. You know, yeah, let's do Enigma first. Um, Same as before with the swarm. I want every bit of Enigma decompiled. Okay. Done patch exe is here. Yep. and that directory, and here it is. Good. So we'll be launching from this from now on. I forgot what 3 patches that he applies of what they were pertaining to. 40 out of 40 calls neutralized, original XC untouched, still locked in x64 SHA. This patch XC only has the anti-debug patches. It does not include the MVC in-game or AI patches. Those are in the original. Once you close XC4, you can either replace the working okay, or run patch anti-debug patch directly on the working. Yeah, that's fine. No, 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 no. Okay. Oh, actually, actually, well, we'll let this cook with Enigma because I should have had Enigma on this tab and then have this work on the MT framework core. Okay. Uh, let's start compiling on the MT framework core. And as I said in another tab or session, we're going to place all decompiled assets, and that's going to be not patches, decompiled. I'm going to assume it just says DRM. Okay, that's fine. Don't like it, but it's fine. Okay, here and how to I should have documented. That's my fault. And we'll test the YouTube Scout skill later on today. Um, decompiled uh, domain. Why did I say it before? Domain and then sub domain. Okay. Here. Um, yeah, I know I should put the absolute director. That's fine because we're gonna consolidate the one in this MCV folder to the main one. Okay. All output goes to DRM Keytra. Are we done? Oh no, it started. Never mind. Okay. Everything from Enigma. I have to figure out why we getting JSON files and not like actual source code. Quick question. Let me ask that now. Uh, please don't let this be a catastrophic mistake. It's fine because it can all be referred to, but I'd rather have source files, decompiled source files than JSON files. Why are decompiled assets and JSON files and not source code files? Even though JSON files are kind of a source code file ish, depending on who you ask. Kind of, sort of, maybe. The JSON wraps metadata alongside the decompiled C. The plain C file would lose all that context. That said, you're right to question it if the goal is to actually read and work with the you're scrolling through escape new lines with quarter strings. Man, a better approach would be this is my fault again. Use the error. C files for because I should ask this like when we first got started diving into this. Yeah, you should have both side by side. C files for the actual decompiled pseudo C file, one function, one per function or per domain. No, one per function is fine. JSON sidecar for the metadata, yeah, or a single structured format like Hydra source, CRC32 check, protection loader C, JSON with xrefs. You want me to restructure the existing outputs that way or change the format? Yes. Um, let me document this for the future. It never really bothered me because um, we got things done. But I do want to have like the actual source code files. Even if they are wrong, we can fix them or we can send them to Gemini or whatever and have them fixed. Okay, yes. And we will go with this format from now on. And then we're going to copy mm, source metadata. We don't need them in two separate folders. I want me to read blah, 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 blah. Actually, have that may mess it up. Actually, no, because we'll have them separated by folder. Actually have the JSON file um, and the same folder as the C files. Uh, I'm trying to see if it doesn't necessarily make it better, but it could make it worse. It could make it worse. But then again, um, the agent would have to, bounce in and out of different folders to get to it. We'll go with this format, and if we have to reevaluate, we will. Let's see. Okay. Okay. And then okay, that's working on that. What are we doing here? And we are paused. Do we make any headway whatsoever? So I'll just keep paused here. And then we find a function entry point. It's a looking. Let me look at the guard decision function to trace. So this is where it would be. Jesus, 10 people at 2 o'clock in the morning. This is where cheat engine would be great, right? Um, doing the diffing, getting the CPU to block, pause, and then go on from there. Why didn't need me to pause the debugger though? All right. Tempted to play another game while we sit here and wait because this was going to be frozen for a while. Yeah, let's play another game. Our RAM is already shot. Oh, actually, no, it cleared out a bunch of stuff. Okay. All right. What game? What game? What game? Um, I'm not gonna play Geometry Wars because my computer quit on me. Like, all right, dude, I'll see you in the morning. Hey, you on some bullshit right now. Let me close Chrome, which I should have already had it closed. Uh, Let me close this Firefox window. Being careful to not close the window that we're currently using. Um, Different rule going forward. And then JSON, yes, just like that. JSON stays as is for tooling search. C file alongside it for reading. I'll extract this. So that's all right. We'll just decompile the files again. So when it was saying it was decompiled, it was just decompiling like the functions and stuff like that, which is okay because then with that JSON file, it will have to decompile again for the C code, but it'll know exactly where to go. All right, and this is the working batch files. You see what? What the hell is it doing? The pause command is blocking. CSG files, IDA. Yeah, but you can make a copy of the version that's on this and then modify that, right? What are you doing? Oh, this is the okay, yeah, MT framework. Okay, that's working. Okay, it's all working. Test it end to end. Okay, yeah, well, let's compact and then we'll just kill this. We'll work on the skill later. Because that I want to have that just separate. Because there's a lot of pieces in that. The documentation harness, um, that it's gonna require about focus on. Okay. Come on. Oh, have y'all? Oh, let me show y'all this stupid ass little game. Let me show y'all this little stupid but addictive game. And I'll start from fresh. Are you gonna open it, please? I'm sorry. Oh, let me click in here. You're not gonna take my controller? I should have actually just let it run. Do I want to do that? I need windowed. Yeah, that's fine. Because at the end of the day, we could just run cheats on it. He asked me, "Are you really sure?" Finalize deletion. All right, all right, all right. That's hilarious. So this game, and let me turn down the volume because I got to hear myself think. I'm sorry, what? Are we not going to show me the apps that are running? Windows? Okay, I guess not. All right. So this game is you use clones while we wait, and of course now it's done. Both patches applied correctly in memory. Redirects guard decision to function. Okay, well let's see if it works before we even finish reading it. Nope. Can I block? I can block. All right, so that didn't work. Resume gameplay. No. Let's see. Got some for JSON stand. Our two agents are still going, and that's still going. Okay. So this little raggedy ass game, you. Okay, so you start the moment you cross the little circle, you have to kind of like complete like this obstacle course to generate power. But the real power comes in when you create clones to do the same thing along with you or for you. So, for instance, right? So you see, I'm at 1 watt, and then these are other sort of like perks. Why'd you unpause? You did something. The guard decision to bypass. So now my controller doesn't work at all, with the exception of that. Oh, oh, we're making progress. Oh, he's stuck. Okay, okay, hold on. Before you even do anything else, um, my player is stuck. Animation stuck. Um, what else? I don't know if the controller's not working or not, or if it's a function of the control. Well, the controller does work because I'm able to pause it. I can't do anything. Controller doesn't work. Don't know that for sure because well, I guess it does. Yeah, the controller does work. Because I can still pause the game. Um, I can still pause the game, and that's about it. But we're getting somewhere. I think uh, whatever you're aiming at is actually hitting me in terms of patches. This is new. We're making progress. Yeah, I'm completely stuck. And why is my trigger button stuck? Are we soft locked? Are we paused? We are paused. Okay. So he paused it. Back to this raggedy ass game that I hate being addicted to. Okay. So these are perks. Let me move this over here and read while we work. We haven't done anything yet. The base reward is just increases the reward. So right now reward is 1 watt for every time we complete. If we up that, so now every time we go through that little line at the top with the arrow pointing to it, then now we get 2. So we do this again. Can't hit the spike, and then 2 watts. We'll hit this again. 3. If we die, then we just end up starting. There's no limit to lives here. You effectively have unlimited lives. Okay. Both caves now use jump if not zero or jump if zero. Um Resume gameplay and test. Your control should work again. All right. Our debugger is paused. It does work. What? It's repeating. Okay, but the CPU is now stuck too. That's crazy. Okay, so the CPU ain't gonna do a damn thing. Okay, so the CPU is frozen, but I am stuck uh doing the same move repeatedly. Even if my hands are off the controller. That's crazy. And I'm gonna lose. All right, back to this. Do you have enough for clone? No, we gotta get 8 watts for a clone. Still stuck. If you pause this game, unpause this game one more time, let's get a clone. We don't have enough for clone. Of course, I died. So you see our clone there? He traces our steps, and then he gets 4 watts. Or is it one? He gets one. What did I hit? Oh, I just did a short jump. And we're stuck. Are we paused? We are paused. Oh, we're stuck. Um, yeah, we soft locked the game. Okay. All right, so let's detach. But we made progress. Um, game soft lock. Going to restart. Uh, yeah, going to restart. Please hold. Okay, we're not going to use the Enigma one yet, because he's on to something. I want to break his momentum. Here and then here. Still waiting on agent 2. Yeah, that's working on Enigma, and this is Microsoft MT Core framework core. Uh-oh. Why am I not seeing you? Okay, I was about to say. All right, file attach. Okay. What's another character? Someone new. We'll start with Jill or Iceman, actually. Um, game restarted in a match or game restarted, reattached in a match. Go ahead. Well, let's see. Hopefully, yep. All background tasks. The unclassified 31,000 functions could be expanded in the future phase three. Uh, it didn't actually decompile. It gave us a JSON file, but remember we wanted C files as well. References, decompiled empty core. All right, let's take a look in our decompiled files. Empty core, IDA, file. Uh. Generate those C files. Still blocking. I want also another kind of like mod. I want Jill to be able to generate as many of these. It may make her OP. Like I want to put like 50 on screen if she can. I don't know why I didn't show that before. No, he's not idle on the right. All right, so they set a break point. I guess that's another attack vector. You could do like a damage. Okay, we did hit a break point. No one's blocking though. I forgot what INT3 means. Break if RCX have the equality. I have no idea what that memory address refers to or what that value is. That's still working. I have pseudocode embedded as strings, but no standalone C files. Okay, while that's working. Oh, so all that time it only got up to 12? Oh, that's okay. And of course, I didn't think it was going to start me back there. Oh, yeah, really? All right. Well, that actually gives us a head start on the next run. And we do this. All your clones only commit like you see how they all erase because I just had like the best time. They all replicate like your best run. It won't be that. Oh, that was really close to being my best time. Come on, dude. Can I jump over that? Light alignment issue. Okay, that's still going. Man, I'm telling you. MT core. All right. Decompile that JSON. Really? All? What does that mean? All? I didn't give it the spec. That's why it's doing that. Ugh, that's my fault. I think that's fine though. Let the agent sort it out. Uh, 74%. After all that. That's crazy. All right. Cave A is not correct. We may have been soft locked. Are we paused? We are paused. Okay. Did you see that? I got stuck in the air. We're making progress. I don't know what the hell's. I can't block. I can move back, but I can't block. So the bot actually achieved its goals. I would sink too many hours on a game like this. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like this game, I want to say it only. I'm not at. I'm like at the last part of the game. Well, not anymore, but I deleted it. But that easily took like 6 hours off, and this is just a demo. So the bot achieved his goal. Let me let it know. Okay, so I cannot block. Matter of fact, let me make sure. Let me do my due diligence, or at least try. It looked like Ken wanted to block, but he couldn't either. Oh, he can block. Never mind. Okay, I cannot block. Um, but the CPU still can. Now I'm not going to tell it about the little glitch about me standing in the air for like a tenth of a second or 2/10 of a second. Um, we'll fix that later. So again, great job. Um, but wrong person. And you're just gonna stand there and let me shoot at you. Yeah, I can't block at all. And just to confirm, I'm moving backwards and block is backwards. What? Huh? Maybe. Oh, you know what? I think I think it only works for like the current. Okay, hold on. So when I was Iceman, I couldn't block. But when he died and Cable came in, He could. Oh, hold on. One you, you can guard normally if. Okay, I didn't read that. That's my fault. We'll see. We'll see in the next match. Because in level one, they don't really block much, anyways. Actually, let me see if I can block. I can block. Okay. 2 kilowatts. Wow, that okay. Did I taunt? I didn't press start. I didn't taunt, but okay, whatever. Oh, I did press pause. Never mind, because the other game was paused. I didn't expect this game to pick it up. All right, so we'll just wait for that. Um, move you on over here. I'll bring you back when I need you. I was gonna do that anyways, and the game crashed. That's my fault. I should have just waited. Okay, let's go again. Well, yeah, we're making serious progress. Maybe not serious progress, but slowly but surely. We are coming across some other things like air animation and stuff like that. All right, game up and running, and then we attach. All right. Uh, what did I pick before? Iceman. Okay. Let me see if I can block. Okay. I don't think the levels actually matter. Let me just stop there, just in case. What the hell is this agent doing here? It's been 50 minutes. 14 megabyte DLL 2. Okay, that is a large file. I'll let you cook. Um, 26 functions out of 31,000 unclassified. The core object system alone is typically 200. Want me to build that propagation pass? It would start with the yes. I use as many um, agents in the swarm as you need, but only use IDA, Hydra, and two. That's going, and this is going. All right, I'll keep it here while I complete the game. Yeah, I hate that. It's not gonna let me do it, is it? Nope. We can pause it. That might be better. And it is. Oh, forgot about that. Okay. Um, unlock wall jump. Okay. I think so you can only okay, yeah. So now this is my best time. So now you're gonna see how fast the my wattage is gonna go up. Yep, that's my best time now. Damn, I keep getting on the tip on that. Nah, that's my best time. Ooh, that was close. And so now that we're pretty much done, now you can just sit back, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, and wait till you can get enough for this. That's 700 something. Oh, at the same time? That's the best time. Oh, let me bring my cave is perfect. The logic. If this and this said read the games. Okay. Let's go again. Nope. I can't block. So now we're back where we were, which is fine. I can move backwards. But you notice that when I move backwards, I'm not blocking. When he does something, I'm just standing still. Okay. And then we'll pause. I said pause. I said pause. Okay. Um CPU can still block. I cannot. Keeps getting stuck here. He'll eventually get it right. That's still going. That's still going. Good. Ooh, 6.5 hours. That time went by fast. All right, so for some weird reason we cannot. Error setting block. But the game isn't frozen. Yeah, I can't pause or I can't block. Because you notice that whenever he does an attack, I'm just in like a frozen state, like I'm neutral. Oh, I did block. Oh, he must have just did that. Okay. All right, let's do this again. Nope. First of all, I didn't know he could charge his way through that. I just want to see him do it again. Yeah. Must be something uh I would have to detach to for me to be able to pause again. I have to detach. And I don't want to get him out of rhythm and here comes the compaction because we are making progress. percolating. Oh, goodness. Um, extracting Ghidra from D. Excuse me? Ghidra executable. You are using. I don't have that on my D drive. Maybe I do. Yeah. The state transition intercepts blocks path two. There are two more guard paths and a collision handler that go through. That function returns zero. The entity can guard. I need to make it return one for CPU entities. Okay. Okay. Now I can pause again. Okay. Okay. So now this level is done because we don't have any more, or not this level, but this part of the level. But now that we got wall jump, now we go on to the next part. Ooh, that was close. And then that energy continues to accumulate, of course. How did I do this before? Okay. Um, that's megawatts. Okay. Now I know I've done this before. There we go. Ah, I didn't want to start there. I want to start over. Oh, God damn, just one day of rust? Yeah, that was bad. Kenny, dude, I just did this last night. All right. Trying to just slide down there. Oh, that was close. Not close, but it was risky. We get our dash at the end of this. Um, mm, compaction should be done by now. Best time. All right. We'll unpause. Oh, don't tell me you soft locked. You sure did. Well, was it a breakpoint? Never mind. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Why are you switching? Nope. Let me make sure I can still block. Yep, I can still block. And we'll pause. I'm tempted to implement the five strike system because we've been going. Um, I mean, it got it right ish twice. Oh man, yeah, that was bad. Really, on the top of my head. Mm-hmm. Nope, oh, it's still running. Let's set a breakpoint. Okay. Well, it's probably waiting on the breakpoint to get hit. Okay. He did blog, didn't he? Yeah. Okay. I did pause this damn thing, didn't I? Can I set breakpoint? Okay. Okay. He's just gonna keep on making that sound until I unpause it. Now it's paused, of course. Hit the CPU with an attack. Yeah, if you stop pausing it, I probably could. The hit breakpoint was hit though. I put H instead of B. Goodness gracious. Breakpoint hit, but again, I really think um cheat engine would be great for this. Because what we're doing now is basically the same thing. We're checking to see well we look well we're looking for breakpoints on a certain value and we're not reaching that value. We can get it on my character, but not on the CPU's character. It discovered how to freeze both of us, but so it's in the right ish area. Cave is catching guard transition by Edger. Another breakpoint. Ugh. No. Maybe? Nope. We'll just keep going. It's breaking on all kinds of stuff. I actually don't know what it's breaking on. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna just pause it on blocks. I'm gonna do that from now on. Kind of help push it along. And if that doesn't work, then we'll just go to cheat engine. Nope. They move you on over here. No. Actually, no. Let me clear this breakpoint, whatever this is. Yeah, that's uh-uh. That's not gonna get it done. Did it block anything yet? Okay. Actually, hold on. Of course I missed it. Now why is the CPU taunting me a lot? And this is stage two. So it's something that's highly uncanny. If the back-to-back taunt, which I've never seen in the 27 years I've played this game, I've never seen a CPU back-to-back taunt until tonight. Now I've never seen a CPU taunt on level 2 ever, because this is still like it's too dumb. So we're making changes, just not where we want. I didn't catch it. There it is. Okay. All right. So we're gonna pause, and then we're gonna say, I deleted that break point, that break point game in debugger while CPU is in block stun. So now at this point, we're going to be doing what Cheat Engine does. Or at least we're going to do it manually. We're going to every time it unpauses, um, I'm going to delete the breakpoints because it's going to unless the breakpoints is correct. But if it's not correct, I'm going to delete the breakpoint and then initiate, get the CPU and block stun again, and then pause the game, pause the debugger, and then do it again. Human is team 0, CPU is team 1. Okay, while that's paused. Could I do this? Yeah, I could do that. Okay. Wonder if we can exploit that somehow. Canceled parallel tool. What are you trying to do here? Okay, so we just have to reinitialize unless it's frozen. No? It's the first time it's timed out like that tonight, which is great because they used to do that all the time. Uh, failed to parse. What are you trying to do? Oh, I think he expression. I don't know what the memories are. So trying to do. Matter of fact, we'll go to cheat engine. We'll give this three chances, and then we'll go to cheat engine after this. Where we're at, 75%. 25 left. Is it still going? Okay, so it must have just got stopped. All right, so okay, that's correct. I don't know why it said D, unless I'm blind here. No, that's hallucination. Yeah, that's hallucination because we know that because this is the correct place where my Ghidra is located, which is odd, but okay, whatever. Just a friendly reminder that bots are not perfect and you do have to check your work. You're not at the place where you could do Jesus take the wheel. Hardware right breakpoint set on CPU's entity. Okay. So now we're back to doing hardware breakpoints, which we know is going to freeze the game. Now resume attack the CPU. We'll do it, but it's going to crash when the breakpoint hits. I forgot which cable I was for a second. All right. So the breakpoint didn't go off. Yeah, this yeah, okay, no. We're deleting that. Um removed breakpoint because it didn't hit when CPU blocked game and debugger is paused and CPU is in lock stun. And I'll go until our context window runs out and then we're going to get cheat engine. It's just better at this type of stuff. Um, 9 kilowatts. Yeah, we can keep going until, yeah, where are we at? Are we paused? The hardware breakpoint on entity then fire, meaning either the entity address is wrong or the action is written through mechanisms we're not tracking. Let me find the real CPU entity. And if cheat engine for whatever reason or another, then we're going to use our version where the Enigma is supposedly defeated to do hardware breakpoints. Okay, that's a good start. That's a really good start. That's a really, really good start. There we go. 18 seconds. Oh, well, I hit my head on top of there. That's what killed it. 1792. Oh, the exact same time? Really? The exact same time. Good start. I can't jump over that, right? Ooh. Oh, let me see. How'd you get down there? Did I get over there? Huh. All right, let's see. What you got? KB rewritten, logic, replicate original, load game state. This will completely freeze. CPU entity, no attacks, no movement, no anything, since every action gets forced to idle. Purely diagnostic. Okay, it's on pause. Well, no, that didn't work. What? Excuse me? He didn't die? I would have never discovered that. And we're finding everything except for what we're looking for. Okay, that's interesting. Wait, what the hell? Chat bugged out on you? Is it check, check, check? Audio's going. Um, okay. Interesting finding. CPU still moving along and doing moves. Don't know if it was blocking. Oh, just had to leave and come back. Okay. Um, moving along and doing moves. Uh, I should be writing this to memory. Um, yeah, and doing moves, but CPU doesn't die. Um, put this in. This is where I have to get better in documentation. We'll do this. Oh my God, look at all these chats. 195 megs and just text. Just text. Okay. Um, that's docs research. Put this in a file called uh, actually we'll do this research things tested .md um, place your action no actions you committed. I don't want to word this committed and its results. For instance, this result resulted in CPU not being in a frozen state like we did previously, but we did discover that CPU doesn't die when their health is completely depleted. And then we'll remind, I mean, we have the chats too. We really have to. I don't know the prompt to go through all of those document text files and do kind of like a timeline of what was done, but it's in there. Like all of this is in these text files. That's why they're so huge. Okay, let's take a look. Uh, where did you go? References. No, not there. Not here. Um, yeah, we'll just rename it. Holy cow. And we're just gonna put this in here. Suffix it. See, now we have like these fragmented files that when you try to merge them, whatever. We could probably going to spend like a few hours cleaning this up. All right, so now here. Okay. Test one. Yep. Yep. Let's see. Actual result completely frozen and idle, unable to test. What? Oh, never mind. CPU is not frozen. CPU contains moving, attacking, and performing action normally. CPU does not die when health is depleted. Okay. All right. I like that. All right. All right. So move the file to here, and you will be making entries to this file for every uh, on every attempt. I love how you have it written because it gave us kind of like the goal AI nightmare mode. I like that. Love how you have it written. Um, let's um, well, yeah. What's next? Do we have it paused? We don't have it paused. I'll be right back. I use the bathroom. All right, we're back. Find the CPU's actual written mechanism. Okay. Uh, it's not blocking. Oof. Okay. Yeah, I guess I could. Wants a state where the game is idle. It says paused. Okay. Now this is interesting because now we'll see. Omega Omega Red Sprite is glitchy as hell. You seeing this behavior? It's like it's jumping by default, and the only way it's not going to jump if it's doing something. Okay. Well, that's so interesting. So the idle state is him jumping. This is really aggressive for level 4. Or are we on level 5? Omega Red in general is just a super aggro kind of a player. He can block. Of course, they got Sabretooth, another super aggro player. What? Why'd you cut that short? Oh, I might lose this. Let me tighten up. Oh, he doesn't die. I'm gonna lose. I forgot he doesn't die. Oh, he's trying to block. He can't block. So we got okay. So I think we finally have it, but we got some other stuff as well. Because I saw like the animation was him trying to block, but it forces an idle, and then his idle position is him jumping. Uh, I don't know. Cyclops, it is. Keep things simple. You see how it's glitching? You see how the sprite is glitching? He's not jumping. He can't move. Oh, he wants to move forward and he can't move forward. He can block, but he can't move forward. I wonder because Omega Red was okay. So now we have to. This is more than just one thing happening. So Omega Red was just jumping by default unless he was doing a move. But then he was just standing there for a couple of times, but his sprite was glitching. And at the end, it looked like he couldn't. I'm so glad I'm recording this. And in the end, it looked like he couldn't block. But now Sabretooth can't move forward. He could block, but he can't move forward unless he's doing a move. I know it's killing him. He wants to get at me because Sabretooth is a very move forward type of CPU. Look at me trying so hard. He keeps doing that move. Omega Red is a glitchy character. You're right. You are right, but it was I don't know. It was he moved different, and now I can't move back. Oh, never mind. Is the bot trying? Hold on. Is he trying things? Okay, I'm still in the observation phase. I'm still gonna lose to this guy. He can't move forward. I'm terrible. Oh yeah, that's right. He doesn't die. So I could actually, I'm going to lose here too because all he needs to do is say, "Oh, okay, okay, okay." So now once he is in the death stage, he's not dead. He can still do moves. He can still do damage, but he can't block. Yeah, yeah. Or maybe we can't block, but it triggers like a death animation. And and another thing, I'm glad Sun with the health peach or whatever that is, because now that doesn't we know that doesn't give him life, even after he's dead. Happy accidents, right? Because we didn't ask for that, and I'm gonna die, of course. That's crazy. Level two, doing that move. I won by a pixel because I hit Sun. Did you see how close that was? I hit Sun when she came in. I would have lost if I didn't hit Sun when she came in. I won by literally the skin of my teeth. All right, still observing, but characters they can't move forward. They can't move forward unless. Let me write this down. CPU cannot. Jesus cannot move forward unless special move or yeah, unless special move. Um, when CPU dies, health depleted. Um, health depleted. Uh, CPU can still do moves, but every time they're hit, um, triggers a death animation, even though they don't die in air quotes. Um, let's see. When CPU is in this dead state, uh, their default is, or their default pose or position is a jumping animation. Um, that's all I have so far. Now, economist, I want you to see how glitchy the CPU is. Never mind. Of course, of course. Well, Mega Man's his idle state is not animating, so that doesn't. And his eyes wasn't blinking crazy or anything. Of course, that annoying ass ball, always finds me. So we know he's not gonna die. Yeah, every hit triggers that death phase. And he can't block at all. And he can't block because he's in a death state. And why would you be able to block it when you're in a death state? Um, When CPU dies, how depleted CPU can still do move, but every time they hit, triggers a death animation. When there, um, when CPU is in that state, they cannot block, which makes sense because technically they're dead, and dead people don't block. All right. I think that's about it for this round. Oh no! Oh no! Win animation. Okay. No win. Um, this will always trigger a time over unless CPU kills user, in which um, winner user doesn't do a win animation. Usually a timeout, or yeah, a timeout win slash lose animation, which is specific to timing out. It's usually like a random frame um, in one of like their other moves. Usually timeout doesn't do a win um, or a lose animation, and CPU doesn't do a timeout or time over lose animation. One more, and I think we can move on. Damn, stage 6 already? That's weird. Oh, he could do smart bomb, damn, 1 centimeter off the ground. He can't move forward. I keep forgetting that. He's trying though. I could snap back. What happens? Hold on. What happens if they're in their dead state and I snap them out? I wonder. I'm just getting my levels up, so when I kill them, um, I gotta kind of be quick about it too. Oh my god! Now they want to block everything. Now I know you can't block. Oh my god! Can I lose this? Nothing. Okay. You can still move. I thought I was checking to see if it disabled them. Yeah, no win, no lose poses. Okay. I don't know if the War Machine specific stuff is that important, but we'll document it anyways because it may be. Can do smart bombs, uh, 1 centimeter off the ground. Potentially great game breaking because now you could do all kinds of on the ground combos. What's another one? All right. Well, stop it there. We'll let the demo play while we put this in here. Actually, no, because it's going to be looking. It's going to be looking for that. I like this because now we have a timeline. Yep. Wait, I don't want you to overwrite it. No, no, no. I don't want you to overwrite it though. We're just gonna add a new entry. We're not overwriting. Okay. Um, no. Revert. Hold on, make sure. Okay. Revert those changes. I want you to add an entry. Never going to overwrite our previous entries. We need a timeline of what happens when whichever bytes slash bits are modified. Think of us as a scientist documenting its findings. Good, bad, Jesus, good, bad, great, or terrible. Everything gets documented. All right. It's been 8 hours and it feels like two. That is correct. That's what I want. Should have been doing this last week. We probably would have moved past this by now, but that's okay. We're learning. Now for the next steps, I recommend playing a binary ninja static search for all code that writes to uh, use IDA Pro instead. All right. Yes. Test 1B, force all CPU transitions. Okay. Okay, never mind. I guess you don't need 1A if you already have one. It's implied that one is 1A. I don't have an IDA as NPC. Oh my God. Run IDA in headless mode. No, we're not doing that. Context rot is so stressful. It forgot that IDA couldn't run headless after doing it a few hundred times this past week. And now it chooses to do a skill. That's fine. That's why I created skill, but you can run just off the CLI. I'm tempted to just clear the context window altogether and just tell it to read the file. Define all rights and run it headless. Okay, by all means. While you do that, all right. What am I? What am I doing? Does it not grow while it's paused? Man, I could have been at. I could have had my dash by now. I'm never pausing again. What? Oh, I was trying to get to that secret area. Megawatts. Um, 3 megawatts. Not there yet. Let's get on up out of here. All right. Oh, got me right on my back. Oh, God damn it. Got me on my big toe. Got me on my back again. Um, okay, that's capped. Oh my God. Economist, I'm gonna be when Tokon comes out, man. I'm probably not even gonna play the game. Well, I'm gonna play the game while you know hacking it, obviously, but I just don't. I don't have the time to even put in to even get good at the game. God, getting old sucks. You never appreciate being young until you're not young anymore. Hmm. Ah, I was doing so well. All right, where are we at? Okay, and it's only one more of those, anyways. Dang, not even a little bit of time to enjoy the game before hacking. No, no, I'm not even gonna tempt myself. No, 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 no. I might just play like the story mode or whatever. But I am not an online kind of a guy. I never have been. Let's see how good I am against the other. Nope, you win. Damn, I should have probably got my dash first, but that's okay because we'll get that in no time. Oh, that was so close. Yeah, I was being ambitious with that one. All right. Um, yeah. Let me see if I remember how to do this with the dash. Yeah, that was bad. What was I thinking? Really, I didn't beat my whole time. What was that? Dude, I'm over here. I'm distracted with the Claude, seeing what it's doing. That's what I did before, and that was bad. That was bad. There we go. Okay, next piece. Is it still working? It is still working. What about the other stuff? What are we doing here? Each C has its per function header, send address. Okay, what's next? Updated 9,811 files across all phases. All right, what's next? Any more to decompile? From what is it, MT Core Foundation? Oh, Foundation Core. C files are called across all phases. 9,278 non-DRM. It's still thin, only 42 functions classified across all subdomains, but each are found vtable methods. We haven't fed into ID yet. Let me check how many empty core seeds are sitting. We can decompile with Geecher as well, you know. All right, that's still going. All right, next part. Oh, I remember this part. This is a little tricky. Uh, yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Ugh. This is not even being time. Why am I doing this to myself? Damn it, Kenny. Other side first. Other side. Yeah, that was bad. Being indecisive killed me. Oh, I don't know how I did that. I should have died there. What? That was a get back for when I should have died. Yeah, that was bad. I'm acting brand new. I was doing this part like 30 minutes yesterday. There we go. Uh, I did this part too. There's a certain pixel you have to stand on that makes it safe. You see, like this little area here. You can stand there. The problem is getting there. Or was it the other side? Yeah, it was. I don't remember. It's like one of those are like a false sort of spike. I think. I'm not gonna bore y'all because I will be here 45 minutes doing this. Maybe it's not that side. Maybe the false spike is on the bottom. One more. One more. All right. Let's get up out of here. What? Wait. 11 gigawatts. Okay. Okay. I cannot tell you how many times I died on that little blue part right there. You can do that in one motion, but it's pretty tricky. It's not easy. All right. I won't pause it. As a proper setter, where blah blah blah. I'd recommend option one, find a dispatcher. And one CPU check. Want me to decompile? What did you decompile? I'm confused. Let me decompile. Want to see if it's a common entry point for. Okay. Yes. Use IDA. All right. Ah. Oh yeah, I forgot about this part. This is a false spike. If I can get there it is. Uh, how did I do this? Yeah. That means I have to land on it. Where do I have to land? It's one of those frame perfect things. Oh, I could slide down that wall? Not that one. What? Keep mistiming it. Oh, all right, Ken. All right, all right. We'll come back to that. I know I can get to it because I did it yesterday. Yeah, just take the easy way. The 122 seconds on what? All right. Um, Clone Roar multiplier speed increase. All right. Head first into the spike. God. Ooh, that was close. God damn it. Almost had a best time. Wow. Yeah, I can't do that. All right. Um, more clones, of course. Spirituals. 10, 10. Okay. What? What the hell did you go that way? Lord. Oh, that was close. Only to die to that. All right. What we got here? Enter the guard state of any of its five guard handler functions. Okay. Well, what the well, it can't do anything. So it can only block. It's trying to get out of the block stun, and it can't. I can't grab them. Interesting. I wonder why I can't grab them. Well, we're making progress. Maybe in the wrong phase. CPU is only in block stun. Now you notice in terms of progress where we're not looping. Can't get grab while in stun. Concept block stun can't get grab while in stun. Are you sure about that? You can grab when you while you're in blocks. You know. Oh, you know what? You know what? I think that this is kind of like the first frame of block stun. And in that, you're right. You can't get thrown while you're transitioning from idle to block stun. And that's where it's glitching because he's going from idle to block stun, idle to block stun, idle to block stun, idle to block stun. At least that's my theory. All right, CPU um, is stuck and block stun. Um, it looks like um, it's in a idle to. I might want to pause. In a auto to block stun loop. The CPU cannot be thrown in this loop. Let's see what else we got. Can we hit him low? We cannot hit him low. And then we hit him low. He's looping from low. Okay. Oh, does it give us animation? Oh boy. It took us a while. It took a while to get to the animation. Can I be thrown in this loop? If CPU is hit low, then CPU blocks low and loop transitions from idle to blocks done to low blocks done. Um, time over. Uh, Matter of fact, did it give the nope? It persists even through the time over animation. CPU persists this loop even through time over animations. User can do a time over when animation. All right, we'll do one more and then we can move on. Because he can't move at all. He can't jump, he can't move forward or backward or nothing. He can block low. It's kind of like an auto block. Now that's interesting. So, huh. I can grab him out of that and he doesn't get out of it. Now, this shadow animation here, that's not supposed to be there either. Or maybe it is. I don't remember. I can't grab him out of this state. And he did block that. Is he auto blocking now? This is so tough. Look at this. So the CPU can fight until they're hit, and then they kind of like get stuck here. And now he auto blocks. How did I hit him? Did I do a what is it called? Not a crossover, but when opponents on one side but their hit attacks the other. Interesting. This requires more observation. Dang, I did all my work for tomorrow. Can you automate your work? You automate your job? So I'm just gonna sit here because I want to see. So he hit me, and now he can't hit me again. Combo. Oh. Well, I guess he jumped out of it. Huh. See how the combo counter doesn't stop. Now this would be great like for like a combo video, like a fake combo video. Like how did he do that? Hacking? What if I snap? What happens? That works. Why did they float like that? Interesting. Telling we could do anything with this game. We figured it out. I wish I could, but no, can't. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. Medical. Yeah, you can't do it with that. One day, but not today. And now I can't even touch the character at all. I don't know. I think it's too many observations. I don't know. We'll keep going. It's just interesting. Interesting. He can hit me once, but then he can't hit me again. And of course, he rolls, and I can't touch him ever again. It doesn't even register like I'm on top of him. Not only is his pixels, yeah, it's kind of like his hitbox is completely disappeared. Um, I can't snap back him his way back in. Now he's standing. Hmm. I should have got Iron Man. Hmm. Okay. CPU. I don't think the floating thing is specific. Well, no, every character did do that on the way in. Why does it take so long for determine a winner? Are you going to spam those? Interesting. Huh. Okay. Consistent. I think that's enough for this one. All right. And then we'll pause, and then we'll pause here as well. Might have to sleep soon. Got a nap before the sun rises. Absolutely. So, me too. Gotta get some sleep, even if it's only for a few hours. Oh, thankfully, I have most of my job automated. Thank goodness. Future project is saved and reusable for future. 42 functions, Future 76. Okay. Where'd you put them? Decopile, domain, Keitra, subdomain. That's fine. All right. Let's find more functions. Yeah, combat, deep dive, 3 IDA agents in a swarm. All right, while that's going, 3 gigawatts. That takes 540. Wow. 10 clones. Yeah, let me go for this now. Oh, almost had it. I think it was like a happy accident. I got it last time. Oh, what the? There. Oh my. No, you did not. You didn't do that. There we go. All right. Speed increase chance. Oh, that was clean. All right. The key insight: these guard handler functions are dual purpose to handle both guard entry and state cleanup, returning zero wholesome breaks. Everything we need a more surgical approach. Know up to specific move bite. Okay. Yeah, I like this. This I like. Highly detailed. So if anyone in the future wants to use it with their agent, or if they want to do it manually, they know what works and what doesn't work and what does what. And plus, this also gives us insights on other mods that we can do. Uh-oh. I like this one. I really like this one. I really, really let me shut up. Oh, let's see. Mm, Ugh. Um, yeah, sure. What are you doing over there? Entity slot. Okay. Uh, clones. Do I go for clones here? Oh, I jumped way too early on that one. Should have died. Oh, really? Yeah, that was bad. That was clean. That was good. Hmm. Yep. What? Kind of got hung up on that edge there. Yeah, that was bad. What was? Oh, that's Ida. Never mind. Oh, wait a minute now. 12 gigs. Oh, we still need 55. That was bad. The assembly looks garbled. Really? Okay. I gotta just take that at in one stride. Oh, and we still got the best time. Is that 23? Ah, what? What if I no? Yeah, I can't do that one. I don't know why I keep hesitating. Long jump over that. Wow. Yep. What? Here. The bytes look wrong, possibly hex parsing. Issue with spaces. Oh, don't tell me I have to. Oh, don't tell me I have to clear the context window completely. What am I doing? Getting hung up on a damn wall. Oh, I could have probably done that in one motion as well, but that's really risky. Just like this one. What? Damn, that was my best time. Here. I wonder if I could do this. No. Oh, that is easier. Yeah, I'm jumping too early. That's why. Yeah, so here, here, here. Yeah, no. That's what I think I'm finding a rhythm to it. Oh, I hopped on the spike. Ah, 5 o'clock in the morning. We'll skip the already. So we got 4 agents running. Is it 4 IDAs? Sure are. We got 4 running here. All right, guys, I'm gonna get some sleep. Um, I don't know what time I'm gonna come back on, but I am gonna come back on. Thank you all for tuning in, and I'll see you later on today. Good night.